the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. Hello. Welcome to the show. Yes. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Wasteful Wednesday. Greetings. Yes, I'm beginning to wonder if we're actually taking full advantage of all the resources that we're blessed with here on Earth. And I know for a fact that we're not. Whether you believe in peak oil or not, we still have to make maximum use of our energy. And for a long, long time, corporations have been actually manipulating us into using more energy than we should. And now they're pushing even more energy through the air with the 5G network. So I'm proposing a 5G plus network, which is EMP safe. And I mean that we will be preventing electromagnetic pulse attacks with this system. I'm going to propose limiters on the 5G network so that it cannot be used for weaponization purposes, so that they cannot microwave the human population. And I will be addressing some of the issues that are brought up around the world now on the safety of 5G. They're blaring forward with this plan to push 5G without any real sense of what they're planning on doing with the outcome. People can get sick. We've got a couple stories in the news today that are really important to talk about. Joe Biden is in a video saying he'll be more mindful of personal space. Now, remember I said last night that Joe Biden could rework this whole thing and make it seem like he's just a nice guy who likes the touchy thing, you know? And that's exactly what he did. He's now talking about how he's protecting people in his personal space.
Tried to be, in my career, I've always tried to make a human connection. That's my responsibility, I think. I shake hands, I hug people, I grab men and women by the shoulders and say, you can do this. And whether they're women, men, young, old, it's the way I've always been. It's the way I've tried to show I care about them and I'm listening. And over the years, knowing what I've been through, the things that I've faced, I found that scores, if not hundreds of people have come up to me and reached out for solace and comfort, something, anything that may help them get through the tragedy they're going through. And so it's just who I am.
And he goes on to talk about how he's going to be mindful of his actions in the future. So that's exactly what I thought he would do. And I think that effort alone will probably straighten out most people. Donald Trump is actually making it seem like Biden is now in the world of accusation. Donald Trump never admitted that he had sex with Stormy Daniels, yet he paid her hush money of $130,000. He never admitted that he had a relationship, an 8-month relationship with Karen McDougal while his son Barron was growing up in their household. And yet he paid her $150,000 in book rights through his friend David Pecker. So Donald Trump is calling the pot the kettle black, basically. And he told women, according to Billy Bush, he said that he would grab them by the you-know-what. And we heard that audio tape of him saying that, which is not what Biden's about. Biden has never actually physically touched a woman in that area. But he has done something pretty seriously damning. I mean, if that video is cleaned up, we'll be playing you a video where he talks about how horny he got around a 13-year-old girl, to the 13-year-old girl. And he even said you ought to ask about his daughter Ashley in the film. I'd like to know about his daughter Ashley in the film too. So we're going to clean that audio up. I'm going to do a little bit of work on it and see what I can get for you. But that's about the only damning thing that Joe Biden has in the Department of Indecent Touching. But this story is a little bit more damning. Biden pushed Ukrainians to fire prosecutor probing a company that paid Biden's son. He's used his influence to help his son, Hunter Biden, make money. Pretty weird stuff. No, I'm not sure what my bestseller book will be. I've got a new book coming out, might be a bestseller. Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. I'm working on it still every day. Yes, and let's not forget Pencil Tucky Ducky says, Trump walked into the dressing room of a teen beauty pageant where girls as young as 15 were dressing. And he's on record saying, oh, don't bother me, it's nothing I haven't seen before. What? Did he see his daughter naked? Ivanka? I mean, what's going on here? So that's a questionable issue about Trump. So Trump the pot should not call the kettle black. But when you think about the behavior of Biden, it is really touchy-feely. And if he's now aware of it, finally, he may just slip out of this with a little lubrication and still keep running. All right. What you need to know about Beto O'Rourke? I don't need to know anything other than the fact that he's a hit-and-run driver. That's damning enough. The fact that he wrote in a book that he wanted to murder children in an essay. Yeah. I don't think we need to know that either. Nope. That's a pro-Beto account. We can't possibly allow that in the show. All right? Thank you. Don't ever put any pro-Beto thing in there again. He married money. He's not a rich boy. He married money. A woman who has family has $12 billion. You don't write in a book that you fantasize about murdering children, then get drunk as a skunk, 0.134 alcohol, hit a truck, and then go into oncoming traffic, crash your truck, and then, according to witnesses there, he tried to drive away from the scene of the crime. You don't do that and run for president. Sorry. The court of public opinion is going to have to be in session on that one. Yeah. You read the story about Beto, it's just crazy. It's just, he shouldn't even be running. He should be incarcerated. Americans are straightening up. We're working on it. I mean, I think the Mothers Against Drunk Driving have put the fear of losing your license in the minds of a lot of people driving. I like these breathalyzers that people can carry in their pocket. I think it's a great innovation. And we need to get these things in bars around the country. So when I become president, I plan on authorizing the expenditures to give bars very cool little breathalyzers so people can check to see if their breath is okay on the way out. If the government doesn't step up and do this, That's not a good guy. A guy who threatened to murder children and then tries to ditch his car in a hit and run. Come on. What's wrong with you people, you Democrats? What are you, sick? You mentally ill? It's just crazy that you'd even stand up for that guy. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Okay, EMP, DEW, California fires. This is a video we'll be playing tonight about the devastation from the Paradise Fire and the California fires, the Woolsey fires. Many people believe these were directed energy weapons that caused these. You look at the devastation, it's just phenomenal. Indiscretions, I don't have any indiscretions that I've done. I'm a pretty straightforward guy. I've never been, well, some people have tried to lure me into secret chat sessions online. Remember the Latvian woman? And that woman back in England who called up and pretended like she was our biggest supporter and then attempted suicide right in front of us. We called the police. Luckily, we saved her, but can you imagine? I don't engage in that type of behavior. Sexting, or whatever you call it. Remember, I've been doing this for 10 years. There were two women. One of them was the Latvian girl who called in. We think that she was kind of luring me into something, but I'm pretty sure she was Mossad. And then, of course, the woman from England who has slandered me all over the internet whenever she could. So, yeah, really. Well, actually, Sarah and I got into a Skype conversation with her because I wasn't going to Skype alone. We thought we were talking to a supporter, and she turned into some sort of a fixated stalker. But luckily, we got her help. Do you seriously need that video right now at the beginning of our show when we're talking about death and destruction? Look at the video. It's just, and one house is untouched. How is this possible? Thank you, Max. How is this possible unless this wasn't it could have been a directed energy weapon. Let's pause that thought for a second. Let's think about that.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. I think a lot of us are wondering the same question. So why does this house get spared? I mean, who do they know? No, this is not a YouTube video. You won't see this kind of stuff on YouTube. They completely censor everything on the fake news on YouTube. Putin killed a dog. We don't take Putin's discussion of killing animals as part of our news story. Vladimir Putin's threatening the world. Why do I want to talk about him killing a dog? Ann is hopped up on Goofinol? Really? And who? Okay, so this is devastation beyond belief. You know, if you had a safe in there that's rated for 1,500 degrees, that safe was bubbling oil. It was basically melting. Yeah, your safes don't last in these types of burns. There's no house fire in history that burned at 3,000 degrees except for these ones. Yeah, so you won't have any safety if you have a safe in a house when you get hit with a directed energy weapon. What are these things and how are they used? Well, the government has them. They've tested them. They work. And they certainly worked on this one. You showed it to a fireman buddy and he freaked out. Maxed out credit. He's got a lot of friends, and he showed it to his friend. He just couldn't believe the devastation. If there's a massive hurricane, would I go to visit with families? I would send immediate help to those people. Would I look into a directed energy weapon or weather engineering or weather warfare causing it? Yes, of course. He said it was impossible to burn houses at this level of cauterization. Wow. All right, so what is this technology that sends out pulse weapons that can burn and fry everybody? Well, it's pretty much been worked out. It's a microwave technology that the government very rarely talked about. Are you guys having problems? You want me to go to Cowbell right now just to calm you down? Okay, hang on. The guy was a firefighter for 22 years that said this is impossible. Thank you. All right, so if you get any stress at all, just ask for cowbell and I'll calm you down. Yeah. New Zealand gang, we won't give up our gangs to government. We can't guarantee our own safety. The gangs in New Zealand are kind of coming forward. Hang on, let's take a look at this. New Zealand gang, we won't give up our guns. Look at the devastation over the California area. This is fantastic, Max. Thank you. All these people burned in their houses, too. There's skeletons in these pictures. You just can't see them. They're the gang members, the mongrel mob. A lot of them are mores. Many of them are part of the indigenous population. As the New Zealand Parliament works through the details of its new hardline gun control laws, including the banning of all military-style semi-automatic weapons and forced gun confiscation, one of the country's most notorious gangs remains defiant, saying they will not give up their weapons because we can't guarantee our own safety. There you have it. Even gang members understand the right to bear arms. There you have it, really. I mean, geez. Why would you take and disarm your entire country unless, of course, you wanted to make it safer for the rich people that bought lots of land in New Zealand? Unbelievable. Unprecedented burning, torching of land. Slow high-definition pan. Look at the green grass. How do you explain this, people? Look at the green grass. This is right after the attack. Oh, you're saying it's a few days later? Oh, okay. And across the way, look at those houses. They can fry anything. All they have to do is pull the amperage up on the directed energy weapon and voila. They can fry the world around you. Right there. They've got a combination of tools at their disposal. Yes. They've got the very good video. They've got that happening, and then they've got the pulse weapons that can attack at any time, and pretty soon you're done. Hey, I just say no to all of this. Taking calls? I guess. Okay, let's focus on the news, though, right now. I've got a few things I have to bring up. Yeah, I was looking for my directed energy weapon button. We got a lot of eyewitness accounts of that fire, too. This woman says that NSA and Homeland Security was in the area of Paradise, California prior.
She's lived there all her life in Paradise, and she tells some amazing stories. I just want to give you a rundown of the highlights because it's very critical to understand all the incredible critical information here. One, she says that the NSA and the Department of Homeland Security were there weeks before the event working on trees and power lines. She says that PG&E was set up at a camp months before in Tuscan Golf Course and were setting up transmitter boxes on telephone poles, which we also had reports from other people. She confirms also the police were blocking people. There was over 50 police that were there, but there were very few fire trucks. She said she saw maybe one or two.
Okay, so the NSA and the Department of Homeland Security was in that area since 2011. Yeah, and earlier, actually. I think there has been a couple fires. But they've been setting up transmitters. Why were they? Yeah, we covered the thumb drive in the Chinese woman yesterday at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, it's not that big of a news story. I mean, I think she was taking porn to Donald Trump for Cindy Yang's purposes. It's hard for Donald Trump to download porn at the White House. He's even made comments about that. Yeah. A guy who's going to commit adultery would not hesitate to download porn. Hello? Give me a break. 5G could have caused the fires. You never know. That's a theory that Scissorfight has, that they simply amped up the smart meters in all the houses. Very, very solid theory. Yeah. I don't want to detract us from so many different subjects we can talk about tonight regarding waste. Government waste is serious. Yep. The waste of our nation, the youth. A lot of people are sitting around doing nothing, and they need money and opportunity. I have a plan to stimulate scholarship funds. I have a plan to actually get kids who are in high school who perform really well on tests to get a scholarship bonus from the federal government. Isn't that a great idea? So we can accrue money in your bank account, set up so when you turn 18, you can cash it out. And you can even build a business with it. Yeah, it's a plan to get young people money at that critical time that they don't have any. I was 18 to 21. I needed funds to go to college. And I went to college when I was 17 because I, of course, skipped a grade when I was young. And my family wouldn't cover the cost of my education, and I couldn't get a single scholarship because I'm a victim of affirmative action, being I'm white. So I want to get the fund together so that if you do really well in high school, like I did, you will accrue enough money to get started in either a business or your first year in college. Is that a great idea? That's something I'm introducing tonight. But you don't care about that because you're already too far gone. You're explaining why porn is bad? Really? Okay, well, you can talk about porn is here to stay, but it's not, I don't really care if it's good or bad from my perspective. It's just here to stay. It's a figment of our reality that we're living in. Max Out Credit has a story about Lucifer's temple inside of the Vatican. Wow.
Hey everyone, I'm here today at the Vatican to show you that this church is not just un-Christian, it's actually anti-Christian. In that the Vatican, which is run by Luciferian secret societies, is quite literally a temple.
Hey, one of the things that I've been doing since I started was to build this third party against all odds, and you have no idea how much attack has been coming at us. Let's talk about that, about the Luciferian Vatican thing another night, but right now let's discuss this. Actually, I'll bring that video to you tonight at 10 o'clock. Extremist Muslim patrol attempting to enforce Sharia law in East London is condemned by the England's imams. Even the Muslims are condemning this. They're trying to endorse or support and enforce Sharia law in East London. Can you believe this? Yeah, I can't. I can believe it's happening. David, tell us, how long does it take your stylist to get you looking so good? Wow. Well, considering I am my own stylist, it takes me all day long, nonstop, to look as good as I do. I can't stop looking as good as I do. I wake up thinking, well, how's my hair going to look today? And I look in the mirror and I go, well, a few modifications here and maybe a comb. It should set okay. But I never really know if I have to take a shower before the show. Today's Wasteful Wednesday. It's also Wig Wednesday, so I wear a wig at 9 o'clock. For 1 hour, I wear various wigs. Dave, just try and stop it with good lookingness. I can't stop it. I'm jealous of myself. That's how good, I look great with a wig on, yeah. This is my real hair, though. You can't do this pull your follicles like I just did if you didn't have real hair. Your wig would come off, so. Hey, Billboard calling out black racism causing a snowflake meltdown. So you were in London in 2017 and block after block was businesses taken over by Muslims, yeah? Well, England is the first prototype city to actually be controlled by the New World Order. And they introduced this plan to introduce more and more immigration and break down every Western culture country. Thank you. But Western culture countries are being inundated with illegal aliens, and this is why this is my issue that Trump stole, calling it his issue. But as long as Trump's supporting a wall, anything, a barrier, my 1,000-mile fence is still on track. Oh my gosh, no pro cams. You see, there's so many things going on. I got to get you guys in the show. Sorry, Mad Dog. You're wearing your wig tonight, your brown one. And then Maxed Out, you got to get your wig on. Woman screams at gas station customer to speak English. Okay, these happen. Cultural disparity going on. People just don't, speak the same language. I'd like to make English our primary language here in America, but those Democrats are so liberal, they're afraid to. Let's take a look.
should talk in Spanish or should.
A short conversation between two Spanish speakers was interrupted by this employee. She demanded the pair speak English.
I even went up to her and I apologized. I said, "Excuse me, I'm sorry. All she was saying is, greeting me in Spanish, how my day was going." And she said, "I don't care. You talk in English because this is America."
Gracia Moran says the woman grew even more hostile.
It's because she started saying something about Trump needs to hurry up and build a wall. That's when I was like, oh my gosh, she's being serious. I just got my phone, started videotaping her.
You know what? United States I was born here. Well, show me.
The minutes-long confrontation caught on camera. The interaction happening with Moran's phone in one hand and her young son in her other arm.
I was born here. I was born and raised here because I was born here. Prove it to me.
No le gusta. No comprendo. Por favor. Well, that's ridiculous. You should still be able to speak your own language in this country, but your hair's looking good, Mad Dog. Yeah. Mad Dog's got that new wig. I think you could roll with that. You know what I would do, Mad Dog? Seriously? I'd go with a little dye in here. But get a natural dye that doesn't in any way, because the white beard is a contrast that you don't want. It'll make you look younger too. Yeah, they make special beard dyes that, just do a little just for men beard work. But don't you think this wig looks good? I think it looks great. Yeah, we're trying to build up some of our viewers here, and Mad Dog is one of them. He looks good, man. I just would dye your beard. They make a natural dye. It's made out of plant protein. Try it out. Looking good. And then we've got a hijab, person honoring the New Zealand situation. Max, he's wearing a hijab in honor of the women who, I don't know. Did they die? I don't know. We don't know. We never saw any open caskets at the burial and no autopsy results. So did those rice bags get hit really hard in New Zealand by the air bullets? It was a terrible, tragic loss of rice bags hit by air bullets in New Zealand. Yes, I'm on record talking about the New Zealand fakery. I don't mind mentioning it in our show. It happens. It's not something that I can ignore. Just like I can't ignore that Donald Trump is colluding with Russia, which he is definitely colluding. And we found out that Donald Trump is being soft-coded. Yeah. Basically, Barr used his own discretion to claim there was no collusion. The Mueller report has ample evidence of collusion, and it doesn't exonerate Donald Trump. So it's all Barr's assessment, and Barr was a shill put in place by Donald Trump. William Barr wrote a letter to Rod Rosenstein before all of this happened, asking him not to investigate Michael Flynn, which is what a Russian agent would request. So it's very likely William Barr, our Attorney General, is working for Russia. That's why we call it total collusion. But he wrote a letter asking Rod Rosenstein to not investigate Michael Flynn and not pursue obstruction charges, way before he was even nominated and became our Attorney General. So he is definitely a swamp rat. Yeah, good use of the word, Gunter. Appreciate that. Okay, Representative Adam Schiff doubles down on Trump collusion, calls President's behavior deeply unpatriotic and corrupt. Adam, go for it. You're gonna get some dirt on Cindy Yang. We know that you're finding out information, and if Adam Schiff can get the tax returns from 10 years, I'm sure there's evidence of Russian collusion there. That's why Donald Trump's afraid to show his tax returns. And you have to ask yourself, why didn't Mueller get a subpoena for Donald Trump's tax returns? How did he do 2 years of investigations without looking for the most obvious thing that would prove beyond a reasonable doubt of collusion? Now, I'm joining the avocado revolt, by the way.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. We did not lose.
Yes, you did.
I want to see the entire Mueller report.
There's nothing in it.
I'm gonna impeach Trump.
You look like the mayor of McBurgertown.
I'm gonna impeach Trump by the end of the week.
Excuse me, that's very derogatory toward Maxine. I'm gonna tread lightly on Maxine, okay? I'll add that to my link tonight, but Maxine H2O it's called. But that's a little bit risque, if you ask me. Pure comedy, really. I really believe this. The price of Haza avocados from Michoacan, the heartland of Mexican production, jumped 34% on Tuesday, the biggest one day in a decade. So a lot of the avocados we're paying for right now to get a good deal on are going to be really high priced in about 2 weeks. Forget the good deals you've been getting. You're going to be paying more. We're going to really see a supply and demand shift with avocados. But if Donald Trump shuts the border down, the avocados prices will go through the roof. There are some coming from Peru by boat. That gives you some hope. But an avocado revolt could happen in America anytime now. Yeah, Mad Dog, I know. Well, they shoot horses, don't they? Wild horses live free, and they could exist without a farm. A woman's in a car accident while on live stream, and she's talking to a mile a minute. Oh no, I hope she's okay. See, going on live stream and talking a mile a minute in your car is a waste of your time because you'll end up crashing. That's terrible. Wow. Looks like she's in the car accident. Just shows cracked glass. It's like, yeah. Well, yeah, Mad Dog, you're doing great. Maxed Out Credit has his special wig that he's got. It's got a hair on it. See this? This is pretty cool. It's a hat with hair on it that matches his hair, so it moves his hairline forward about 3 inches. Now it actually looks just like your hair. It really doesn't have any difference. All right, let's get back to the story at hand here. William Barr, the guy I'm talking about, is the one guy who rigged everything. He's shown hints of frustration with the rollout of the special counsel's chief findings as it unfolded. Some of Robert S. Mueller's investigators have told associates that Attorney General William Barr failed to adequately portray the findings of their inquiry and that they were more troubling for President Trump than Mr. Barr indicated, according to government officials and others familiar with their simmering frustrations. So this is the guy that wrote the 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking them not to pursue obstruction way back before the whole event, before the case was even opened. And he wrote a letter in defense of Michael Flynn then we found out Michael Flynn was working for Russia. So this guy really is working for Russia, I think. Hi, Sarah.
Hello.
So, yeah, this is the suspicious character, our Attorney General, who Donald Trump stuck in there just to get off of any charges. Sarah's here. I'll be checking out, making a little dinner. A missing boy was found alive. Wow.
7 years, wow.
Yeah, that's pretty intense. He was missing for 7 years. He vanished in 2011 after mom wrote a cryptic suicide note. He was last seen at a water park. And he's there. There he is. Wow. Oh my gosh. Police from Illinois are on their way to Ohio to meet with a boy who identified himself to police as Timothy Pitson, who went missing in 2011.
He's being held by 2 men. Wow.
He was being held by 2 men, kidnappers, bodybuilder types. One had black curly hair and a spiderweb tattoo on his neck. The other was short in stature. He told police he escaped the 2 men and ran across a bridge into nearby Kentucky. Oh, thank goodness.
Thank you, child.
Yeah. Wow. This is just amazing. He's back. He's going to be back with his parents. This is amazing. Thank you for that link. All right, Sarah's going to take over. I'm going to talk about more about Biden and various other perspectives, and of course the 5G network when I get back. Let me get this ready for you. There it is. It's that one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you for coming in. Here we go.
All right, hello, everyone. And you know me, I just am myself on this show. I take over while David's gone, but I'm not as, I used to be pretty political. Of course, we started this party together in 2008, and even at that time, I ran for political office. I was just looking at some of my old paperwork when, hello, bonjour, maxed out credit. I was looking at some of my work or some of my paperwork when I was running for office back then. And I do remember I had contacted this like independent political organization, and they're like, you'll probably be burned out like in 8 years or well, maybe 12. I was like, I'm not going to get burned out. And now I am. It's okay. Wild horses are free and can exist without a farm, and so it is with humans. We're wild and free and need very little government, according to Mad Dog. Oh, hello, Mad Dog. Yes. I think that some things, though, help. Like, I like to have roads and I like to have schools, but that's just me. But you go be free. The thing is that I also don't believe in pushing my ideology on you completely. Do we really need roads? Yes, we do. Yes, we need roads. We could start walking and save the environment. That depends on where you live. If you live in a city, you could start walking and save the environment, but by that time most of the roads are paved anyway. But you could start walking and save the environment. If you live, more than 5 miles from town, or actually 3 miles from town, if you live more than a mile from town, it's very difficult to walk. Okay, 2 miles. 1.5 miles. It's hard to walk 1.5 miles in like one fell go. I don't think anyone should be executed for their orientation. Okay, maxed out credit. I am so glad you asked. I've gone through this KonMari method pretty darn quickly. The whole decluttering thing. So yesterday I went through all of my clothes. I do have like one place that maybe. Anyway, I went through all of my clothes and I learned a great new way to fold clothes so that you can stack them. You should stack them up in a drawer. You know how like I used to stack t-shirts like flat on top of each other, and then I never wear the t-shirt that I like to find and wear. And so what's so great, and you can watch her video on YouTube, but not YouTube, but I know she has one on Netflix, probably on YouTube. But it's like you fold them and roll them in a way that like you create this little rectangle that sits up on ends, and then you can see all of the t-shirts or all of the shirts that you have in your drawer all at once. So you can get out what you need, and it's very neat and organized. I should tell you how to fold, because that's probably one of the coolest things that I got from this KonMari method. I have this great drawer. It's kind of like the stores do, but a little bit different. I have this drawer now that's like super organized. I should bring out and show you the drawers. Yes! I was looking at the My Grass is Blue shirt yesterday, and I have it in my drawer with my other t-shirts. No, it's her name is Marie Kondo is her name, and then she created this method of organizing, and she calls it KonMari, like the beginning of her last name with the beginning of her first name, KonMari, and that's what she calls it. But it's and then she has like different steps, like first step to organizing, and she says in her book, she says, here's the thing, go through and have in your mind like what would my house look like if it was completely organized and completely just, how would you like to live your life in less mess? At least that's how I view it. And so then she says, a lot of people say just organize a little bit at a time, but then you're never finished organizing. You feel like, oh, I'm never going to get to the end. And oh, that's okay. I'll deal with that later. She's like, don't put off till later. Just deal with it and get completely finished with organizing all of your stuff. It's a little different than, and it doesn't, my closet does not look like a department store, and the book, it doesn't look like a department store in my other things. But she has 5 steps, and some people, it takes them a month to get finished with all of the organizing. But first you start with oh, that's good. You do a roll them in a tight roll so they don't wrinkle. Yeah, she does kind of, instead of rolling them in a tight roll, she does this, it's pretty rolled, but it's makes these little rectangle kind of shapes, so it's like, anyway, but as long as you can see everything. When you roll them too tight, you end up stacking them on top of each other. She wants you to be able to look in a drawer and see all of the things in the drawer at once, which is very good. So the first thing you do, and they don't get wrinkled, is you take all of the clothes and all of the places that you have the clothes. Well, I should go through the 5 steps. There's clothing, then books, then papers, then she has a name for it, but it's like miscellaneous, like all the other items you have. And then the last one is sentimental things. And so the very first thing you do is take all of the clothes that you have from everywhere. If you have them different closets, doesn't matter. Take them and put them in one giant pile. And she's like, you could put them on your bed so that you have to get through it to sleep. But you put them in all one giant pile. And I ended up keeping like 6 pairs of jeans because I don't need more. And then the closet can look how you want it to look, but she does say if you share a closet, make sure you have a space for one person and a space for another person. And the way I do my closet is I like to hang all of my outfit together. So like everything I'm wearing now, I would actually put on one hanger, but you don't have to do it. Then the next step, the next step is to go through all of your clothing and think to yourself, does this spark joy? Does this spark joy for you to have this piece of clothing? If yes, then keep it. And if not, get rid of it. And one of the things that helped me with going through the clothing part is, and you can keep a thing of winter clothes and a thing of summer clothes as well. And one of the things that did help me though was, if it doesn't spark joy for me, it might actually spark joy for someone else. And so I ended up donating 3 bags of clothing today and like another bag of like miscellaneous items to the local thrift store. And some of those items might spark joy for someone else. That's the way I view it. Some things do sparkle that I have, but why would your work clothes spark joy? Should you throw them out? Well, you could say that it sparks joy for you to earn money if you are required to wear a uniform. But otherwise, why are you wearing clothes to work that don't spark joy for you? If you're not required to wear a uniform, then you should only wear clothes to work that do spark joy for you. Because then people will be like, you look great. Because you will look great, because you will feel great. Anyway, yeah, that was pretty good. Okay, you know what? That's fine. Functional clothes are perfectly fine. You know what I love? I don't own a pair currently, but I do love functional. I love functional things, functional clothes, functional things. So I love the, like, if you're a carpenter, I love carpenter pants. They're like so cool. And you know what's funny? I don't own a single pair of carpenter pants. But I think I want to go out and buy a pair of carpenter pants because I do love carpenter pants. Because you can like keep so many things in the different pockets and in your different places. I actually do love carpenter pants. I understand you don't have any joy in the paint, glue, and your stained clothes. And so you probably need, I would recommend for you, Badger Waxer, especially knowing that you're a carpenter and you don't like your work clothes, I would recommend for you keeping maybe, I don't know, how many pairs of work clothes do you feel like you need? No more than 5 pairs of work clothes. And you know what? No, they're not cargo pants. They're actual carpenter pants, and they have like side pockets. They're so cute. They have like side pockets on the thighs, and you can put like paintbrushes and scissors and things in there. They're so cool. And then they have like this I did have a pair one time. They have this like extra denim loop that you can hang a hammer in. They're awesome. Do you have a pair like that, Badger Waxer? Okay, 1 pair of overalls, 7 t-shirts, 14 pairs of underwear, 14 pair of work socks. Do you own any clothes besides your work clothes? That's another question I have for you, Badger Waxer. I only do laundry once a week, at the most. And sometimes when I wear clothes, because I'm an environmentalist, if they're not dirty, if I didn't get dirty in them, I'll put them back on the hanger and rotate them through a couple times until they are dirty. Okay, so you have 2 pairs of pants, some dress shirts, and some sexy undies. Do you change out of your clothes when you come home from work? Because it sounds to me like, oh, I can't clean your clutter, but I can give you, that's the whole thing about KonMari. She's like, I can't do the work for you. It's really, you have to do the work for yourself so that it becomes like a way of life. Sometimes I do that too, Salasadi. But I would say, Badger Waxer, that if you don't change out of your work clothes, I think that my advice to you is to go actually, and not necessarily get rid of clothes, but actually go buy clothes that do spark joy for you. Okay, so, all right, you do have a pair of comfy jammies. Perfect. And you get out of your coveralls and you lounge in your comfy jammies. And do your comfy jammies, do those spark joy? You like wearing them? I know. I did have a pair of overalls one time. I don't know what I did. I think I kept them somewhere else. Sarah, as a kid, you had some wall out of the room with the pencil tied to a thing of yarn on the art chart. Oh, and you flushed it? Yes! All right. That's the whole idea though, Misanthropy. It is like live minimalist. If being a minimalist sparks joy for you is what you want to aim for, then you don't need that many pairs of clothes. I know, actually, but you don't have to toss your old clothes and buy more stuff. I think that's part of this thing. For me, I don't need to buy more things. But if you don't have anything that you really love, maybe you do. I don't know. I never thought of that before this moment. I maxed out credit wears shorts at home because it's too hot. I actually like, so yesterday when I was organizing my clothes, I probably do need to buy some carpenter pants because I love those things. And I actually know when I would wear them. I would wear them on the days that I garden because I can put my like trowel and I can put my soap or whatever. Like I need it for a trowel. My gardening tools. That would be fun. That would be fun. You only wear full tracksuits now? That's what gives you pleasure you'd like to do. You had an 850 day in the last summer? You did? 80s fashion painter's pants were all the rage. That's, I guess, what they are. Painter's pants or something. Yeah. Dickies Dickies and Ben Davis. Yeah, that's true. I have gone to thrift stores, and like the last 2 shopping trips at the thrift store, I got these awesome leather pants. Amazing. Love them. Like totally love them. You're so funny, Rex. I've thought of things. I just didn't think of like the idea if you don't own anything that sparks joy that you should shop for something that sparks joy, because I'm such a minimalist, really, and I'm like, don't go shopping. I just do with what I work with what I have. But I don't believe that. I mean, if I have what I need, then I'm actually happy, and having less is best, in my opinion. The things you own end up owning you, from Fight Club. Thank you, Misanthropy. So true. So true. I have this hat I love too. I actually just, I gave away this kind of a sun hat, but I have this UV hat. I love it. It's a sun hat, UV filter, and that's like, I can literally say right now, yeah, I can say that all the clothes in my closet I love. I love them. Some of them I wonder, do I love that? I guess so. Anyway. I would say I would get dressed up for a guy underneath my clothes, but I would get dressed up for a girl's party above my clothes. Yes. I do. Where is my red scarf? I do like my red scarf. I don't know where it is right now. It wasn't in my pile of stuff yesterday. Oh no. You love your stuff, but you can't fit them. So why don't you buy something that you love that you can fit? Max out credit thinks men need to wear hats as we get older, or the sunburn. I know. Actually, I went to a dermatologist. I don't know if I told you guys that. I am not. Hi, Gunther. I feel really good, though, getting rid of a lot of stuff and doing this KonMari thing and cleaning out my... It's like it's a cleanse. It's like a physical cleanse of cleansing my stuff. It's so nice. Anyway, yes, Zenu. Oh, I am such a lucky girl. Anyway, I went to the dermatologist about a month ago, and the first thing they did was like, look at my hair. Looked at my scalp for sunburn. I have never worn it. I have worn a bandana, but I don't wear a bandana. Well, don't you love me for that, movie nerd? I mean, that I sometimes randomly answer great questions. Thanks, BizNets. All right. Oh, well, I don't like potatoes, Gunther. I do like sweet potatoes. You wear black shirts like the dude from the Trailer Park Boys. I do not like that show. That is true. Maxed out credit. I'm sorry they killed your worm farming and vermiculture idea. It does create some work. But what you could do is you could start it on your own. You could just do it for yourself. Do a small version. Maybe. Xenu, I did answer your question. I said yes, and that is one of the reasons I'm such a lucky girl. You're stuffy, you have to get pills for hay fever. Oh, I'm so sorry, Rex. Anyway, I actually didn't start with clothing for her method. I started with like cleaning the tops of my dresser. It was just full of stuff. And so I started with that, and then I had this other side table. So I cleaned off the surfaces, which was very good. And then yesterday I did the clothing thing. And today, oh, and when I cleaned up the tops of my dresser, Dave was also like, you should go through this file cabinet that have my books, some of my old books and some of my old papers from when I was working on my bachelor's degree. So I did a big sift through that, and I filled a box. It's like 2 feet by probably a good 2 feet by 4 feet, filled with papers. And then today I went to look in, I looked up on IRS, or I looked up how long do you have to keep tax records for, and it said 3 years. On irs.gov, and so I decided to go through all of my old financial papers that I've kept for a long time, almost 10 years. So I have like a whole bag of stuff to shred, like an entire one of those brown paper bags, completely full of things to shred. And I did that with the clothing, I already told you. So it's, but my bed is still a mess because I still have papers I'm working through. And it's interesting to find, you know, old things. I'm finding some drawings that David created. And I will get there. I'm enjoying the journey. Then part of me thinks, oh, I should be grading some papers. Which I will do, probably. I might do a, your good ones that were outdated? Wow. Anyway, that's what I'm working on right now. Yeah. You have worms, but no place for them? You bought the red wriggler worms? I wonder if you could do it on like a patio or a deck. A smaller version. If you have a pound of worms. Tomorrow you have to do the fasting and drink the things to clean out your colon. I have some advice for that. I have had a couple colonoscopies. My advice is make sure you wear something loose, like preferably a robe if you have it, when you're doing your fasting and drinking your stuff. Also, you need to make sure that you stay hydrated, because the material that they give you actually can cause you to be dehydrated. And I went in dehydrated, and they're like, whoa, you're dehydrated. So make sure you drink. When I say stay hydrated, drink lots of water in between the fluids that you have to drink, and then make sure that you have easy access to the bathroom. That's why I said wear a robe, because you need to like get to the bathroom when you need to get to the bathroom. And make sure you clear, like if you're someone who collects things, clear a path to the bathroom. Make sure you can get there quickly. That's what you should do before. 21 colonoscopies. That's a lot, I would think. Are you okay? No, Xenu, I'm only gonna do red regular worms. Oh, you're hilarious, Ghost. It's not like it's not something I would recommend everyone do, but I needed to get it done. So fortunately now I don't have to have a colonoscopy for, I think they said 5 or 10 years. All right. Wow. Every 18 months. Wow. Wow. All right. My advice for you, Xenu, Mr. Incel. I take it you're a Mr. Or are you a Miss? Or do you, what's the pronoun that you prefer? Hello, T. But my advice actually is, no, why don't you come back, Xenu? It's been a while. I don't totally remember you co-hosting on NiVlog. Did you have that nice chair? There was somebody that used to co-host that had a very nice chair, and they were like young. They were like, looked like they were in their 20s. Was that you, Xenu? Anyway, my advice to you is to go, that was you, then how are you an incel? I don't understand. Because all you need to do is just go up to women and be like, wow, you're beautiful. Can I take you to coffee or hot chocolates? And then can I take you home? That's it. And if they say no, oh, that's what you have to drink. Wow. And if they say no, go up to the next beautiful girl that you see. Oh, and then that you drink it with some lime juice. It is a matter of numbers. Exactly. The more women you ask, that would be good. No, Xenu, I don't believe you at all. Asking a girl to go to coffee is not considered sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is unwanted sexual advances. So if you went up to the same woman like 50 times, actually, even if you went up to the same woman 5 times after she said no, that could be considered sexual harassment. But if you go up to a woman and ask her once, it's not sexual harassment because you don't know if it's unwanted unless she says no. If she says no, move on. Go up to the next woman. And if you say, wow, I think you look really pretty, that's not sexual harassment. If you say, can I see your body part? That might be considered sexual harassment. Here's the thing too, I have to say, Xenu, is what's the worst that can happen? You know, people get in their minds, You have to like prepare your mind, okay? So in your mind, you're like, oh no, but she could say no. Oh, it would be devastating if she said no because she's like the most beautiful girl, right? No. Prepare your mind with this. The worst that could happen is she might say no. However, you're not any worse off than you are now. And in fact, you know that she's not the one. So that frees your mind to go find the other one, the person who is the one. So, and it is a numbers game. Best of luck to you, Xenu. Xenu, have you, and I know you're in that awesome chair, which looks like an awesome gaming chair. So, exactly, Dr. Bial, that would be the worst possible thing that could happen. Oh, well, yeah, Ghost, I'm sure you are. That's weird, though. It's like, Master Meatball has a pickup line. I lost my phone number. Can I borrow yours? Scissor Fight says, just say, hey, baby, if I told you had a nice ass, would you hold it against me? Did that work with your one? Wow. Oh, 889, man. But here's the other thing. Like, obviously, you like the gaming chair and you like to be on your computer. So have you approached any female gamers? Do any female gamers exist on, like, what's that gaming site? On Twitch or anything? Have you seen female gamers and said something to them? Have you gone to Comic-Con? I don't know if you're into that kind of thing. Have you gone to any conventions? Like a gaming convention or... Maxed Out Credit. Here's a pickup line from Maxed Out Credit. Are you religious? Well, why do you ask? Because you're the answer to my prayers. That's a good one. Are you okay? Why? Were you hurt when you fell from heaven? Where can I find a woman who will watch David's show with you? How old are you? I think you could find one at like a college campus. Do you... That's a good question. I don't know how many women actually watch David's show. But I would say there's that Awake dating site. I don't remember. It was Awake something. Awake dating. That would be good. Do you mind if we share this Gab? Back to my place? But I would say probably a gaming site might be good. Are there any... You've looked for a tolerable woman for 20 years and you can't find one? I guess there aren't many women like me out there. Oh, Dr. Meow. He says, okay, so how much? She gets upset and he says, oh, sorry, I'm French. I mean, how much is your haircut? It's so beautiful. That's true. Women do want someone who can take care of them, Allura, financially and physically. They don't want someone who just sits around and watches David's show every day. No, just kidding. Oh, Scissor Fight has another pickup line. You want to get a pizza and make out? No? What's wrong? You don't like pizza? We can get something else. Because parents are trying to teach women to find a guy, but yeah, exactly. Don't worry, be happy. She doesn't want to give it a chance, then okay. If you don't let me buy you a drink, at least let me fix your notebook. What? Do you want to see my duct tape collection? I don't think I would. I feel like, no. Yes, women do like older men. That's why I was thinking you should go hang out at a college and ask women. And women at a college in the political science department would love David's show. I just answered your question, Zenu. You need to go find a woman at a political science department at a college.
Right, because you enjoy poli-sci. You'd enjoy talking to the woman.
And she would, if she's taking poli-sci, she probably has an open mind. If she's going to college, she wants to learn new things. Say, ooh, can I show you something new? I hear that behavior. I guess it's just when I come in, all the men are in except for Laura. We're trying to help Zenu. He asked for advice about being an incel. And I said, how is he an incel? I don't understand.
This is the thing. He feels he's short, and a lot of people feel they're short, and that's a problem you have to get past. There are a lot of women who like smaller men.
Yeah, do you mind being with a taller woman?
Yeah, can you handle being smaller than a woman? That's the thing. What's your preference?
Yes, that's true.
All right,
yeah, because David had a friend that didn't want to date any woman smaller than him. Didn't want to date any woman taller than him.
5 feet is the highest, the tallest he wants his women to be, because he's like 5'4". So he wants to kind of like be taller than her, and he's had a hard time finding a woman. I tried to fix him up with women that were about the same height. He didn't like that.
Yeah, he wants to be taller, which I don't know. It's all preference. That's true.
All right. Well, thank you for giving me some time off. The dinner is spinach fettuccine and sausage is ready to go. And help yourself. It's all set. And one burner's on melt because I'm just keeping it warm. I'm just kind of melding the sauce.
Do you want me to turn it off?
You can leave it on. It's just making a better sauce as it melts, Okay. Thank you. We sweated a bunch of our tomatoes from Sarah's garden like last summer that were still sitting around, cherry tomatoes that were still perfectly good. And I cut them all in half and sweated them with onions and Italian seasoning, olive oil, and gradually built up from there, and then finally added I fried up some sausage and put it on top and then melded it. It's really good. And spinach fettuccine, I pulled from the garden, the spinach. I added it to the spinach fettuccine. So it should be a full-on... It is Wig Wednesday, yes. Tonight at 9 o'clock I'll be watching my wig. Now, my real hair right now. Yeah, I have to clarify with people. Tucker Carlson has been known for his brazen statements about women, and this woman has openly discussed issues about Joe Biden. Now, I think it's kind of funny that Tucker Carlson is adjudicating this discussion about Biden's fondness for touching. Appearing on Fox News, Tucker Carlson tonight, Tammy Bruce offers Tucker Carlson some food for thought on why Biden's touchy-feely is more than just creepy. From a woman's perspective, a total of 4 women say that the former VP had touched them inappropriately. Bruce effectively argues that the average man would be fired for what Joe Biden is doing, and she's right. Oh, really? So, you know, I don't know. I've seen the photographs of Biden grabbing a woman from behind and smelling her, and it is creepy. I agree. It is creepy. I'm not defending Joe Biden, don't get me wrong. Parkland. The media fails to report witnesses claim multiple shooters. There you go. Remember we had witnesses in the Parkland shooting?
Now, one student told me that the shooter was wearing a bulletproof vest and a helmet. Did you see that?
I saw some other kid. When the other kid who came into the classroom, he was wearing some type of thing, and I don't know, but it was like.
And then I suddenly saw the shooter about 20 feet from me, standing at the end of the hallway, actively shooting down the hallway, just a barrage of bullets. And I'm staring at him thinking, why is the police here? This is strange, because he's in full metal garb, helmet, face mask, bulletproof armor, shooting this rifle that I've never seen before.
All the kids to go outside so they can start shooting up. So they started shooting from the first floor up, because there's only 2 exits in the freshman building, so everybody started running to the other exits, but that's when the shooter and the other shooter started coming up.
The other shooters started coming up. Wow.
Do you think there was more than one shooter? There's 3 shooters.
There were 3 shooters, this woman said. Definitely.
How terrifying. He just ran up the stairs, started shooting, and you could see a bunch of kids just going down that way, but stopping, because the other shooter was coming.
Because the other shooter was coming. Oh, wow.
Think he was not the only one?
No, definitely not.
Why do you say that?
Because when shots were fired, I saw him after the fact. So, and the shots were coming from the other part of the building.
So she saw him after the fact, Nicholas Cruz, and you probably saw Nicholas Cruz read off of a script claiming he did it. That was horrible. I mean, it was like somebody wrote it for him and he was reading it. It was pathetic. It was a live drill. I know, Scissor Fight, and this is the problem. We've got a lot of people who are now wondering what the hell. We're worried about everything with questions left and right, and that's why I started the Media Verification Alliance. Hang on, we've got a call. Uh-oh, a real person calling. Uh-oh. What do I do? Should I answer it? I don't know. I have to get up to do that. Hey, I was going to mention earlier we were talking about the fracking. California fracking, it happens to be the same area that they hit the Paradise fires. Hey, they've got a deposition on the Sandy Hook thing. Yeah, Alex Jones made a point of calling it out as a false flag emphatically, not seeking out the questions involved in all these events. But yeah, this is like a question we have right here about why is PG&E we're looking at all the same areas that have been burning down with what appears to be directed energy weapon fires. Why are they looking now at fracking rights? This is something Misanthropy found in our show. Thank you. Very strange. You know, the same exact area the fires have been occurring happen to be where they're planning on doing some gas drilling in the future. You think it might be connected? Well, he broke his probation. Yeah, I hear you. You got more crisis acting? Okay. It could be a new high-speed rail, too. You're right. Hey, we've got crisis acting from 1963 worked up here. It just keeps coming. You know, pretty soon I'm going to have a way of processing all these 153 videos that we get, because they're going to load up my entire process. They should come up with a playlist program over there. I'm still trying to get back to that guy on the account. Haven't heard from him yet, or I didn't hear it last night. I'm going to check tonight. Crisis acting in 1930.
Sir, how did the news of President Kennedy's death affect you?
As a man of God, I would say that I felt the impact of the sniper's bullet.
Hang on, I got a call.
I would also say that I felt the pain that the president had in his dying moments. Thank you.
How do you feel, sir?
There was once said that history repeats itself. Look at Abe Lincoln and John Wilkes Booth. The rain you see here in Chicago is not rain, it's emotion.
Okay, well, I don't know about JFK really was assassinated. It doesn't really apply, but yeah, I get your point. The FBI never returned our call. We called the FBI, they never bothered to call us back. That's why they aren't investigating Denny and T. Rucker. There's nothing. I have a sneaking suspicion that the government has been willfully complicit in the censorship that's been happening in our show. And I have enough information to back that up. I've had a lot of people send me emails telling me what's happening on the backside of this whole thing. And I've tallied together a few names and pieces of information that is very damning to our government in this regard. The fact that they haven't even called me back at the FBI is, yes, can I help you? Sure. Yes, can I help you? Hello. Yes. Hello. I'm not sure who that was. Okay, Morpheus. Morpheus is here. That's right, Neo. It is Zion, Neo.
A lot of people. We will make Spanish great again. Coming over in my direction. So thankful for that. It's such a blessing.
Okay, I can't play this more than 8 seconds because YouTube wants to monetize anything involving music. And I didn't know Donald Trump sang. That's really good to know. He's a singer, everybody. We have music we can play in the show. I mean, I don't want you to feel like I can't play music because a lot of times we've got so much censorship on YouTube now that we don't know what to play. But occasionally I get a little clip from a wonderful scissor fight cut that I can play. Hey, well, thank you, Scissor Fight. That was awesome. That really relaxed me. You notice how it's like a back rub when you listen to music on a show like this? It's kind of like softens your mind, makes it a little bit more pliable, opens your mind too. I noticed that music has a huge effect at deprogramming our life. You know how Sarah talks about keeping a clean environment. I use that same technique to manage my life, like eliminating unwanted calls. Okay, go ahead. Hello, yes, hello. Esteban, is that you? All right. Who is your favorite? What do you mean, who is my favorite? Yeah, given that no one is prosecuting either of the two, the government, Russia, are complicit with censoring you? Oh, yeah, they are. Oh, they've been censoring me for some time, but you got to understand, I'm on the edge talking about media verification. I mean, I'm way ahead of everyone else. In your mind, lots of music is no different than having a Hollywood handler twist and bend your thoughts. I agree. I came to the realization a while back, not to waste your time, but it is Waste Wednesday, that I was brainwashed as a child by the media, and you were too. And I've been looking at this from a holistic perspective. How do I nourish my inner self, which was built off of the backbone of this brainwashing? Like the Beatles. You know, I love the Beatles. Okay. T. Rucker is a former FSB agent hiding in Canada. Denny is working American who took Trump's money. Yeah, I believe it. Do you know that for a fact? Yes, 561. Anyway, I love the Beatles music. I still play it. I love it. It still makes me feel good. So I'm not going against the brainwashing. I'm trying to finesse the brainwashing a little bit so that I don't exactly take it literally. Like, let it be. Let it be, let it be, let it be, yeah, let it be. You know, I don't think these are crystal words of wisdom anymore. I'm not going to let it be. Don't let it be, don't let it be. Get pissed off, do something. You were brainwashed by the Catholic Church. Yeah, well, so was I. I had that brainwashing layer too, Joe. 7 years of going to church every Sunday with my mother and my father, visiting. We did Latin masses back then, and I had to learn Latin in order to, you know, really understand the church and the message of God. Before, you know, when Latin was not just what they do at the Vatican to talk about Lucifer. They actually recite Lucifer in their Vatican's Latin mass now. It's weird. But I don't want to get, you know, sidetracked right now. I'd rather talk about what's in the news. What's in the snooze? But this is a concept, the Media Verification Alliance, which will be dealing with issues like Sandy Hook, Parkland, all these issues that are still pending with lots of questions, lack of evidence. And we'll be using this Media Verification Alliance in the future. I'll be building some videos too, which I plan on developing for 153news.net once I get an account. That's part of my plan to do, you know, step out into that realm of talking about conspiracies. I'm not afraid to discuss this because we all have questions. And this is not some, you know, effort to shut down questioning when we call it fake news. You had a fake church come over, asked me for the church and said it was an Antichrist. They ran like hell. You said you were the Antichrist? Really? How do you know they were a fake church? How do you know they were real? Well, maybe you should join that church that he was telling you about that'll help you stop watching porn. The anti-porn church. There's a lot of pastors that are addicted to porn, and I'm thinking maybe we should get together like a little self-help group. Pastors coping, like Pastors Anonymous. Porn Pastor Anonymous or Pastor Porn Anonymous, something like that. I'd also like to see the Pope arrest about 1,000 pedophiles in the Catholic Church. That'd be nice. Here in America, they're running around accosting little altar boys. Gosh, I mean, you can only imagine. The child sacrifice of Ashkenazis is circumcision. I heard a weird story that these Ashkenazis were actually eating their babies' circumcision. The rabbis were. I didn't believe it until I heard about that rabbi at the Tree of Life synagogue that allegedly had people die. 11 people died, old people, allegedly. The Tree of Life was in deep debt because Rabbi Mordecai Rosenberg cut off a boy's penis about 1.5 years ago. But that's not the bad part about this. I mean, it is a horrible thing to have. The boy will never have. He's still acting a rabbi. He's still with his shaky hand doing circumcisions. That's the part that worries me. It's horrible what happened to that boy. He'll never have normal climax ever in his life. It'll always be cut. The nerve ending will be cut to his frenulum, so he'll never achieve orgasm. Or if he does, it'll be like a mental orgasm. I feel so sorry for that child, but at the same time, why would Rabbi Mordecai Rosenberg still be operating at the church? I don't get that. Did he eat the foreskin? That's what I need to find out. I mean, this is kind of weird stuff. You guys are taking me on a tangent here on Wasteful Wednesday. Thanks for telling me. Yes, the parents have sued, but that's the thing, Moving Nerd. The Tree of Life Church needed a lot of money. They were facing big legal battles over the Mordecai Rosenberg cutting off his penis. But they sewed it back on, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's sewed back on, and whether the nerve damage is permanent, I'm sure it is. It maybe not. Then you got to wonder. So, yeah, I don't know. And I'm a little concerned that was the church or the synagogue that had the 11 shootings that doesn't add up. All the women there were the widows of all the men that died, horrible deaths, being shot. There were no bullets of that church. There was no proof that church actually was attacked. The bullet wounds were not seen in the walls. And the women were on screen talking about how happy they were that their GoFundMe pages were like 1.2 million apiece. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm not an expert on fund transfers, but GoFundMe is completely anonymous. Anybody, even corrupt people, can make funding, send in lots of GoFundMe pages. It's like a way of paying people for criminal activity. And our government isn't even bothering to oversee this. You see what I'm saying? Lots of things are happening. We need this. Oh, not really. Many people that are still religious. As the world gets weirder and weirder, people get religious. Even if you can't stop,
We can't stop and we won't stop.
you will still continue your religious pursuits as you get older and older in life. Until this, the end of the world. Oh, sorry. Moving on. The Green New Deal. Oh, we got something here. I didn't know I had to talk about this, but the Green New Deal is an $80 trillion joke, just like the New Deal was, which cost our nation dearly in trillions of dollars in overspending. So if Donald Trump's going to pick on the New Deal, I am too, the Green New Deal. Done by a young bartender, Trump mocks AOC's bid to combat climate change as the craziest thing and claims other Democrats are petrified of her. Yep, he's right. See, this is where Donald Trump and I fuse at the hip. We don't like the far left at all. Thank you, Donald. Yep, you're all right, man. Except for the fact that you've got Russian involvement and you owe a lot of money, people, and they have a sex tape on you. Other than that, he's a great guy. Trump's doing wonderful. He's compromised our national security, though. That's the problem with Donald Trump. Need I say more? Okay, let's see. We talked about the U.S. Muslim gang rape sex crimes against children at a record high. I haven't brought that up yet. According to jihadwatch.org, averaging 177 cases a day, a child sex crime allegation, including rape and grooming, are at a record high in the United Kingdom. Tommy Robinson has been talking about this stuff too. One would think that these sickening crimes against children would have ended by now, given the scandal over their having been covered up. Not so when the crimes were perpetrated by an extraordinarily privileged group, Muslim men, who are protected by Islamophobia campaigns against everyone who reports and comments too much about their abuses. Obviously, not all Muslim men commit such crimes in the name of their religion, but those who do are being shielded because of their religious identity. Tommy Robinson, you don't like that name? Hey! There must be a nanobot gnat floating around here. Nano gnats! Oh, Breitbart London previously reported how an examination of previously alleged child sex offense records published by the NSPCC found that the majority of child sexual abuse cases were taking place in areas with significant Asian populations. But first came to the phrase Asian to describe the Muslim men who were abusing young British girls. Then came the phrase grooming gangs, as if these rapists were gangs of hairdressers. These terms are used to continue the inexcusable cover-up of the large-scale rape and abuse of young girls by Muslim men, and to divert attention away from the beliefs that lead some Muslim men to believe that they have the right to sexually abuse infidel girls who are unveiled. Wow. Unreal. Well, obviously, Howie, you're not addicted to sex, so you don't have to worry about that. But the rest of the country seems to be. We've got problems with Britney Spears. She's having some periodic mental issues. Yeah. Hi, Mitchell. Women win the right to go sleeveless in the legislature while men sweat in suits. Okay. Really, a trans-species woman who identifies herself as an elf speaks of life as an otherkin? I think I'm going to stick with the Britney Spears is in a mental hospital story from TMZ instead. Okay. Britney Spears checks in a mental health facility distraught over dad's illness. Oh, bless her heart. She loves her dad so much. Poor lady. You go, girl. You know, I had a dream about Britney Spears. It was so vivid, too. It was weird. Not like a sexual dream or anything. I'm not like, But I had a dream way back when, before she shaved her head, that she had this huge wig on. It was like a, like a bozo wig. And she was picking out flowers at Walmart. And I will never forget this vivid dream. And I was like, why am I dreaming about Britney Spears with a big clown hat, or clown hair on, and just shopping for flowers? Okay, so what's happening? Sources connected to Britney tell TMZ she's been distraught over her dad's illness. Yep. Something we're told is quite serious and not getting better. Jamie Spears has now had 2 surgeries to correct major issues with his intestines and colon, and suffering complication. They started last year after his colon spontaneously ruptured. Oh my gosh, sepsis can turn in. Oh my gosh, Britney. She checked herself into the facility about a week ago where she'll live for 30 days. Good. There is a young Britney. That's her dad in the early days. Look at that. Anyway, I hope she gets better. I think she's smart enough to know that she needs treatment. That's good. That's a good sign. That means that she's, her handlers are probably in agreement. They had a court case over who could handle all her money. And her handlers had a fight in court over who could handle her money. Can you imagine? Isn't that sick? And that's weird. The world has turned into such a weird suck, money. Women win the right to go sleeveless. Dress code. Women working at BC legislature win right to bear arms. Yay, you go, girl. This might be a big chance for women to have the right to, Sarah even raised the issue about, why are men allowed to go topless and women aren't? It's a good point. Not that she would, but she's just, there's one woman in New Hampshire that protests every single year by running around town with her breasts, displayed for the whole world to see. These women aren't showing their breasts. They're just showing their arms. Okay? This is BC legislature. Okay, I think we've got enough of that story. All right, I got to get into the meat of this discussion here. Green Deal, Donald Trump.
Oh, turn every situation into heaven, yeah. Oh,
his voice just doesn't cut it. I don't know. And this story I got to get rid of. I'm done with that. Yeah, the gang rape in England, and we talked about that. Australian senator censured for blaming Muslim victims. We didn't really talk about this, but Terry Moran has a discussion here. Terry Moran, sorry.
6 days now after that mass shooting killing 50 people, the Prime Minister making good on a promise. There was immediate reaction here at home after so many mass shootings here in the U.S. Here's ABC's Terry Moran.
As her nation reels from the terror attack, New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern has emerged as a leader of stirring sympathy and steely resolve, announcing a ban on all military-style semi-automatics, including assault rifles and high-capacity magazines.
The time for the mass and easy availability of these weapons must end. And today, they will.
New Zealand's swift response has many pro-gun control Americans wondering why nothing has happened here. There were 20 mass shootings in America last year alone.
Oh, come on. Let's not fan the flame. There were 20 mass shootings in America last year alone. Really? Are we sure? This is what ABC News does, and we don't have any truth to back up their statements. We saw 3 shooters on the top of Mandalay Bay. You don't think she's a dude? All right. Well, we were running a little video of her walking down the road, the Prime Minister. Yeah, she has something in her groin area. We're not sure what it is. Anyway, I can't confirm this, and frankly, NPR can't either. You know what's really strange about all these shootings? They don't publish them as murders. They aren't even listed as murders. Even Sandy Hook didn't have the listing of the kids murdered there in the FBI listings of murders in Connecticut that year. Yeah, so all we can ask is the question of how many of these shootings were real and how many weren't. Well, I uncovered an article, and this story got buried in the mainstream media recently. But NPR had a decent investigation that lasted 3 months, in which they called up all the schools, and they were unable to actually verify. Out of 240 shootings from 2015 to 2016, they were only able to verify 11 school shootings. Okay, we have a person named Wealthy Individual that's citing a statement, which I have verified and banned. You're not allowed to come in here and make gross threats to this campaign. It's a criminal offense, and you are now noted as having made that offense. I am banning you summarily. Yep. Let me go to my notepad. Cortana, hello. Go ahead, Cortana.
I can learn to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk. I need your permission to help.
Well, if you want to go to hell, go to hell. Okay? Thank you. I gave her permission to go to hell. Okay. This goes down as the time and place of this threat, and it will be noted, and you will be noted as well. My attorney is ready for all of this information. Tooth sweet, just like we warded off the Carlyle Group a couple of years ago when they threatened us through various means, which I can't tell you, not to disclose any information, but it was an all-out attack, let's just put it that way, on our domains. And we traced it to an attorney at the Carlyle Group. Isn't that amazing? They wanted to take over at third party. Now they're coming into the show threatening me. Okay. That was the time of the place would be 7:42. There we go. On the Vaughn Network. Thank you. It wouldn't be the first time. Okay. Say hello to my little friend. Pelosi, Biden's unwanted touching doesn't disqualify him in the run for president. I absolutely agree with Pelosi. That's what I was saying yesterday. Yeah, with Trump already bragging about grabbing women by the beep beep, and also, you know, having adulterous affairs but not admitting them, beep beep. You got a rare picture of the Jussie Smollett? Smollett? No, I don't think so. I'm going to pass on that one. That's a little too hot. You know, I don't want to talk about Jussie Smollett until we get some semblance of FBI or oversight by the federal government in Chicago. And until Trump does something about Jussie, then he's coming down as a deep state puppet, Trump is. Same with his lack of prosecution of Hillary Clinton. In case you Republicans haven't heard, Trump hasn't filed any charges against Hillary Clinton at all. So, I mean, let's get real here, people. Come on, wake up. Trump is just being manipulated. So that's interesting about the school shootings being investigated. I'm going to give you this link to NPR, which is, in my opinion, a fairly good authority, and they took 3 months investigating all these school shootings. They couldn't find anything that'll back it up. Yeah, so there you go. That's the Media Verification Alliance working for you right in front of you. Glad I can help out. Some people say, David, what makes you the person able to, decide what's right and wrong? Well, I'm not here to decide what's right and wrong. I'm just here to help you people. I'm helping you figure it out.
And the death, we had a very, very good meeting with Mr. Lavrov, and it was, I thought it was very, very good. What we want to do is we want to see the killing, the horrible killing in Syria stop as soon as possible, and everybody's working toward that end. But it's an honor to have Henry Kissinger with us. He's been a friend of mine. Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger.
Oh, yeah, I know him. He's the guy that, Dr. Kissinger, he's the guy who was our Secretary of State under Richard Nixon. My fellow Americans, I am not a crook, but Henry Kissinger is. Yeah, Trump watches the show every night. But I can tell you, Henry is responsible for killing 100,000 people, Cambodians, by implementing an order as Secretary of State. He was there when Nixon fired on those Cambodians. Yeah, 100,000 dead because of Henry Kissinger. I think evil incarnate should be dealt with in a way that would be appropriate. We are now taking in the second member threat from the Carlisle member. Goodbye. See what they're doing? You see it? They're trying to bribe me with $300 million they're offering me to cease and desist this campaign. Huh? What makes you think I don't have that money? And much more. A mere $300 million to stop the campaign. Sorry. Yes. Well, some people think I'm actually Jacob Rothschild. I know. Rumor gets out. It can't help but spread, too. Hey, thanks, Super Saver. What am I saying thank you to you? You threatened my life, too. Yes, these veiled threats will not work. I will not stand for it. Do you understand me? Who do you think you are? You really believe that you can impersonate the Carlisle group in this room without questioning my veracity? How dare you? As you can see, I'm remarkably close in resemblance to Jacob Rothschild. Everything about his face seems to be like my face. Almost identical right down to the ears. It's rather odd and unique, I think. You'd have to dig a lot deeper than $300 million because I'm not buyable. Don't mess around, dude. You can't come into my show and think you can threaten me, okay? We're recording this, every single statement you made. That was at 7:49. I'm dispatching these to my solicitor, and he will be summarily passing this on to the people investigating this problem. You, sir, cannot threaten a presidential candidate. Now, I did mail in my my write-in candidacy today. Yes. We are in the works. We're in the process of becoming legitimate. Yes. It's been mailed, along with the quarterly response. You know, I want to thank that person that donated $10 this past month, and the other person that donated $10. It may very well be the same person. You know, I thank you for that, because what you're doing is keeping our VPN alive, which protects our system when we're on the road. We have been trolled and hacked like crazy whenever we travel, and we have a really good VPN which gives us anonymity when we travel. So when we hit the road, we're going to be doing it from our VPN courtesy of your donations, and I thank you for that. Meanwhile, our domains continue to grow in popularity, and we're very, very pleased. And by the way, if you have not seen our show over at Cool Rock, you need to check it out. Let me give you a little example of what we're offering. Cool Rock plays our show completely, and it's my site, so I control it. CoolRock.com.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide. We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at CoolRock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.
Okay, so Cool Rock, worshiping sound, yeah. Cool Rock is a place that I developed in order for people to actually have fun with the show. It also is a redirect to really great places like our YouTube channel. Here you can click on that and watch 20,000 hours worth of YouTube shows. Some people go to sleep with my show because I've got such a calming, dulcimer voice. And then Scissor Fights Music is represented here, where we try to give you guys a chance to, look at Scissor Fights Music Library. And by the way, this page that you have when you open it is yours to do with whatever you want. Every single thing on this page is movable and customizable based on your frame in your browser. There is a additional WebOasis link here I just added, this one right here. The coolest thing Chat Room Celebrity ever brought us. It opens up the internet to the entire internet opens up. This is amazing. If you want to do some searches and you're wondering, gee, how do I search the internet? WebOasis is the coolest thing ever. Oh, so Max said his friend John went to China and the Philippines over the last 3 weeks. They said the net and phone networks were so screwed up he could not even send pics from his phone. Wow. I wouldn't doubt they're trying to create an intranet, Max. You're right. Thanks for your point. So he said that Max is talking about the internet here. Max, so he said that he couldn't get pictures sent either or received.
He said that Max is talking about the internet. Max, so he said that he couldn't get pictures sent either or received?
Nothing. He could get nothing.
Nothing. He couldn't get nothing. Okay, thanks, Max. All right. Nothing. Yeah, we're good. I want to just say that Cool Rock has this site available, WebOasis, but look at all the different access points. I mean, every aspect of the internet is represented here under every single type of communication. Like news is represented by this news icon. Communication is social networking like Reddit, blogging, all represented by this little guy with a little, thing on his head, like a Martian. It's just the coolest site ever. I've never seen anything this cool. And if you want other quick access points, they're over here. Anyway, that's how to get there if you go right here at WebOasis. Also, going down, if you want to play with the show and have fun, this is an interactive AI system that you can play the music with and have fun reacting with an AI system reacting to you. That's an AI playing back what I sent to him. There's some sort of a connection there. That's kind of cool. Anyway, then I have a drum over here. Isn't that calming? And then down below we have Mr. Doob, which is a guy who's created some amazing programs that I just threw in there just for your fun. And I guess he wants to have fun too, because he's got all these great programs that operate in the back script of the site itself. Any event. If you want to have fun, just explore. Yep. And like I said, if you don't like any of these boxes, You can X out of them, no problem. Down here is news from all sides of the network. So here's the news about Mitch McConnell right now. You hear that jet in the background? I got it. Yeah. Senate Republicans used nuclear option to advance Trump nominees. The Senate GOP voted to use nuclear option to confirm many of President Trump's nominees with a simple majority. McConnell is due to endless Democratic obstruction. He says it's time to fast track Trump nominees. So Trump has had a lot of people not able to. Yeah, Chatroom Celebrity was saying you could go to the top of Web Oasis, top right, and get any of the big search engines. That's right. Thank you, Chatroom. Coming soon, the death of the filibuster from the Democratic position. They really believe that the filibuster doesn't even have any power anymore against the Republican dominance of Senate. And the Senate GOP moves to nuclear option on appointees. That's a centrist position. Basically they're just talking about it from a centrist. So it comes from the right, the left, and the centrist positions. And stories about America. You want to find out about America, you can certainly do that at this America's Story from America's Library. I love this site. It helps people understand the story of America. And if you want to find out at any individual state, click on it and you got Utah. The state known as Utah began when Brigham Young led a group of Mormon pilgrims seeking freedom from religious persecution into the Great Salt Lake Valley, where they established a settlement in 1847. Yes, Trump sold a lot of my ideas. Unfortunately, never really implemented them properly, but that's okay. At least the ideas are out there, and I won't have to introduce them too quickly. All right, great. So I think we've got enough coverage on coolrock.com if you want to check it out. Meanwhile, this is the New World Order. This is what we've been up against from the very beginning. And we've been challenging these people at all levels, and they are evil. I hate to say it, but Henry Kissinger's plan is evil. His world domination plan for the New World Order is flat out going to destroy individual freedoms. It will wipe out the nation-state model. So when Donald Trump invited him into his lair the day after he fired James Comey and bragged to the Russians, you got to wonder, what's going on? Why is Donald Trump so embraced with the deep state and Henry Kissinger? Because Donald Trump is owned. He's obviously a puppet of the deep state, has been because of all his financial obligations, everything he owes. And they think you're stupid. They think you're like a sheep. So if you continue believing in Trump, then you are kind of justifying their statement, you're like a sheep. Here we have another Rothschild henchman. Threat number 3. Everything is recorded here. And the date, time is 8 o'clock. Well, at least you were right on time there. Yep. Unbelievable. Well, I'm going to hope that these people aren't truly who they say they are, because if they are, they're in for a rude awakening. These threats are all being recorded. Remember the good old days, yeah. I remember. These are the good old, this is the day that this was my life. I'm not kidding either. I grew up in America in pretty much this type of a life. I know that sounds kind of wild to think that my life was like this, but it really was. And I hope you understand that for the first 5 years of my life was like this. My mother got in a car accident in 1965, and everything changed. My life changed dramatically at that time. But you can read about it when I talk about it in my story when I write my book, or you'll read it. I'm writing it. Hofstra University students demand removal of a Thomas Jefferson statue. Oh, you got to be kidding me. This is a very slippery slope, and Donald Trump could have stopped this right away by instigating an executive order outlawing the defacing of edifices and monuments in America. The Hofstra University students demand removal of Thomas Jefferson statue. Look at this. Long Island, New York. They want to remove the statue, arguing that it's not possible for the university to have the statue on campus while also being an institution that prides itself on diversity and inclusion. So the Long Island Hofstra University is thinking of removing the statue. This is insane. See what I mean? Thank you. I don't know why, but thanks anyway. You're allowed to say henchman here, yeah. Well, my father and mother were the classic couple that moved to California from my mom was from the East Coast, my dad was from the Midwest when they married. Very strange combo. Very strange. But they met in the war, and they moved out with their family, and then they had me on the West Coast. I was their much awaited child, much younger than the others. And it worked out really really great. It's amazing that, you know, I had such an idyllic first 5 years of my life. But my mother was in a car accident when I was 5, and it was really tragic. She lived, but the whole thing was just, it changed. Everything kind of changed. Family life was no longer, you know, that beatific. And at 5 years old, you know, you learn the harsh realities that you're on your own, kid. It's like, okay. Coleman, look at that. They're getting into the spa business. Oh, sorry. There they, see, you can still be that shining, happy couple. See, America's not over yet, folks. See, we're still being sold the line of goods that you can have that perfect life. Just have to go to get a Coleman's blow-up spa. Thanks, Bengalitis. That's cool. House Democrats demand Trump's tax returns. Thank you.
Major breaking news this hour. House Democrats are opening up a new front in their investigation of President Trump, going after his very tightly guarded financial information. In a letter obtained exclusively by CNN, the House Ways and Means Committee chairman is demanding that the IRS commissioner hand over Mr. Trump's personal tax returns and some from his business over a 6-year period from 2013 to 2018. I'll talk about this breaking story with a member of the Ways and Means Committee, Democratic Congressman Dan Kildee, and our correspondents and analysts are also standing by.
Well, good. This is about the best news we can even have in our show to try to get to the bottom of the 10 years of tax returns. That'll be awesome. I will play that tonight for sure. That's in my lineup. I don't normally mind CNN if it's pertinent and relevant to what we're talking about. Thank you. Okay, so we have 4 paws over there. You're literally down to 4 paws. Let's see what we got. Let me turn your audio up. Hey, man, I don't know if you can hear me, but what happened to your hand? LRTI is the most commonly performed surgery. Oh, thumb arthritis. Okay. Arthritic joint pain.
Take the bone out, replace it with a tendon.
Oh, okay. All right. So basically replace, he had thumb arthritis
Just had it
surgery.
in and out one day.
Cool.
Hurts like a son of a bitch, so.
Oh, I bet. Your hand's probably inflamed. Did they give you Vicodin or some sort of a drug to help with the pain? Yeah. Okay, we're going to go off audio for 4 paws. Hey, yeah, we just had another death threat. Now they're escalating. It started with they want to buy me off. Now they're up to wanting to pop a Glock in my mouth and make a brain slushy. Wow, you guys are getting worried that I'm doing so well, beating you at your own game. It must be tough being an inbred moron who has no idea how powerful the human mind can be. It took a tremendous amount of intelligence to formulate this plan, and I can tell you, you're way under your game. I assure you. I got it. Don't worry. Thanks for screenshotting it, Luke. It's part of a long series of threats that have been coming in nonstop. That was 8:06. Okay. Mark has to keep all of these files of the chat for an 18-month period. And if and when I'm president, obviously, I'll be able to harness that information, because we are within the 18-month period right now. So when I become president in January, we're almost at that edge. Chat logs, yeah. Otherwise, he goes to jail if he doesn't have those chat logs. The NSA has a strict requirement. He has to keep chat logs for 18 months on his server. Please ban me if that will fix it. Okay, hang on. Let's go ahead and ban you. I hope that helps, Wooloo. He doesn't like me, so he said, please ban me. I don't want to have your face. He's called me names, of course. See how scared these people are of what I'm doing? It's phenomenal. I'm almost, getting giddy just thinking about it. I want to talk about the radioactive waste coming from Fukushima. Yeah. It's time we should talk about it. It's been almost 10 years, decade. Yeah. Good night, Barry. Thanks for coming in, man. Sorry for all the death threats you got to watch in the show. Yeah, well, we have a problem with nuclear waste dumping in our ocean, and our two-party system doesn't want to deal with it. In fact, Trump doesn't even talk about it. Obama didn't talk about it. I need to talk about it. I can't ignore it. We have a plan to fix Fukushima. It was originally sent, this picture was sent to the director of the IAEA. He never responded. I was suggesting they at least block the opening to the Fukushima Bay area, and they never bothered to even write me back. So that's one idea that we can implement. And it doesn't have to be the USS Forrestal. It could be any USS old destroyer we have in mothballs that we can tugboat over there. But the slow drift of radiation into our waters, they just found nuclear radiation in Alaska and remote areas of Alaska from Fukushima. Yeah. Fukushima, men have named you. And I have a mound solution, which I think is pretty cool. Building mounds on top of the reactors. That would be 1 out of 6 mounds that we would create. And the mounds would be created from a diversion process. I think Fukushima is a problem for both our country, all the countries of the world. I think it's an international problem. I don't think anyone should ignore the fact that we're all affected by Fukushima. Therefore, I think it's time that we need to take it up a notch, take it out of TEPCO's hands. And as president, I will formulate a committee to work with Shinzo Abe, or whoever is the prime minister or president. Getting a diversion area canal built that goes all the way around here is the key. And creating that canal that would divert water. So any runoff from the mountain itself would be kept from getting near the reactor facility. So water would run out and around and not get near it. That's the one thing. And plus we could build an underground tunnel right in here in every one of them that goes between the mounds all the way down, and these mounds could extend out over this area. With all the digging that we can do, we can widen this area to create the dirt necessarily cap any radiation from blowing gamma rays into the atmosphere when the rain comes. Right now, when the rain comes, gamma rays spray across the ocean, and yeah, it can create a huge problem. We've seen marked reductions in the numbers of infant mortality has increased. Reductions of births, normal births in America have declined. That's a significant factor that needs to be looked at. Anyway, the idea is a simple construct where we build this up, and we can also build a fast breeder reactor that could get rid of 97% of dangerous nuclear waste. Now, this is now corium because it's melted into the core. It's no longer just uranium and cesium and plutonium, it's corium. And we need to be able to build up some sort of an energy production system that would use the energy that's in the ground. But something like this would cap the exit. Now, these are extremely important that we do this long term, because 100 years from now, we're going to be facing huge long-term teratogenic effects to the human race, and our ability to function and replicate will be grossly altered by this terrible, dastardly deed conducted on the shores of Japan. Whether it was a bio disaster that was created by some unknown terrorist act, I'm still not sure. I don't know if that tsunami was not caused by an electromagnetic pulse or some sort of a beam energy weapon that was creating the tsunami. There was a significant sighting outside of Fukushima itself prior to the event of some sort of large projectile in the atmosphere. It looked like an asteroid. I'm not making this up. They saw like an asteroid go over the horizon prior to the tsunami. Well, it stands to reason if something were like an asteroid and flew over the water sideways, it would create a tsunami, wouldn't it? And an earthquake. Think about it. It could be Godzilla. You're right. Let's not rule out Godzilla. But we do need to get more and more information about, the dangers of our coastline. And I would have thought that our government would have done some significant testing of the waters in California. Nothing has gone on in 10 years. No government testing program for radiation is even underway in America. That shows you how little our government cares about us. U.S. Department of Defense orders gas masks worth $245 million. They're not going to spare any expense on the potential for a nuclear or chemical warfare crisis. They're ready. $245 million to a company called Avon Protection Systems. I don't know how many they're delivering, but yeah. Interesting. Top of the line. Wow. The 53 series. It's preparing you for chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear attacks. You don't know how many you're getting. How many are they ordering? Breathing performances is described in this chart below. It doesn't say the number they're ordering. It's like completely missing. Bad detail. We need to find out how many we're going to get for $245 million. Yeah, that would be nice. I guess we'll have to do some detailed work on that. Good luck with that. I'm glad I'm not doing that. I don't believe in banning anything. I think we need to stop the production of dioxin. I'd like to ban the fentanyl problem, but you're not going to be able to stop the fentanyl problem. But I don't think banning anything is going to be effective. We have to stop it at the core. Apparently, drug gangs are making fentanyl now, which is a huge biotoxin. Huge. They found 47 pounds of fentanyl recently at the Border Patrol crossing. It was built into the side of a wall of a truck. Great work by the Border Patrol, by the way. If we do ban fentanyl, they'll still make it. That's the problem. Thanks, Bob. But I'd like to ban that for sure. And obviously the drug laws against cocaine, heroin, highly addictive substances should definitely be in place. I am also on record, being it is a Wasteful Wednesday, on record supporting legalization at the highest level. As president, I will issue forth an executive order saying we will not prosecute anyone for marijuana possession in the United States or cannabis. So at the same time I'm authorizing legal cannabis in America, I'm still remaining tough on opioids. There's a bit of evidence that marijuana is medicinal and can drop opioid addiction. Marijuana itself has never led to any overdoses. So that's another good reason why it's probably much safer than anything else in the other pain relieving area. But yeah, 400,000 deaths annually from tobacco, 0 from marijuana. So legalizing marijuana is a central part of our campaign. If you want to tell people we're the third party that wants to legalize pot, go right ahead. Yeah, that's one selling point for sure. All right. Pro-legalization, pro-hempoline. And hemp can go into our diesel fuel to make lower cost fuel for our truck drivers. There's a lot of people that want to get a buck off of their gas price. This is the kind of thing that would do that. It would help our truck drivers lower their costs and make truck driving profitable for them and lower the cost of goods being brought to market for all of us. Thanks, Bob's Trailer. Yeah, my ideas are really rock solid. I'm the guy who came up with the basic income. I didn't call it a UBI. Somebody said, you know about the UBI? I was like, is that like a bowel movement? I came up with a Baseline Plus program with Sarah, where Baseline is covered by our government, and we're offering $500 per U.S. adult citizen who doesn't get any money right now. Currently, there's a lot of people in need of money. We know that. And $500 per month is what we believe you could get by on in a tent. I'm not going to make it too easy for you. We will give you housing solutions as well. So it's not the end of the world if you are out of a house. And I don't mean housing solutions like this. You know, this is a little elaborate. Now, it's pretty cool, though, I got to tell you. Yeah, $500 per month. It'll be on the EBT program. Or this plan. Yeah, where you have the ultimate housing solution. I like this one. This is pretty cool. I lived in a van for a while, and this is the ultimate van experience. But no, I mean real housing, like kitchenettes in local. Many motels right now in America are open without a kitchenette. And if we offered a kitchenette through our program, we could make that happen. Fixing up motels and turning them into like little mini apartments is what this is all about. It's part of the Homestead Renewal Plan, as well as fixing up houses and flipping them. I didn't know that Oma from iBlog was arrested for meth. I had no idea. 4 years? Wow, that's crazy. Thanks for telling me. Poor Oma. We got Russians embedded in our government, I know. It's terrible. Well, right now you can just sit back and monitor it, but remember, there's one saving grace to the Russian takeover of our government right now. And that is that they think that they're proud of their success. They don't realize that we have all these stopgaps to stop them. Believe me, William Barr is not the final word on this. He's a guy that Trump just stuck in office. And he did it in order to stack the deck in his favor. Trump is still colluding, and it's still total collusion. No doubt about it, man. We're dealing with a very highly advanced plan to take our country over. It's well underway at a high level. I'm on top of it. We are monitoring it daily, and we're working to stop whatever they're doing long term. I told people last night I'm monitoring this entire situation, and I'm not going to stop because frankly,
We can't stop and we won't stop.
we're going to keep this monitoring on all the way through the 2020 election. I know. You need to move forward. We all need to get the word out that this party is in need of being formed right now. I'm not going to feature the Alex Jones video deposition. He's claiming insanity. I'm the person who's openly talking about media verification of all the statements that have been made. We have every right to question everything that's happened in the media in the past 10 years or 20 years. We have every right to question what's happened at Sandy Hook, Parkland, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, Mandalay Bay, Sutherland Park shooting, the synagogue shooting. All of these are just part of a questioning process. We're not making decisions and saying it's a false flag per se, but we're all entitled to our opinion, and we're going to do as much as we can to get to the bottom of these things. Find the evidence, because there's a lack of evidence in all these things. This is not a wig. This is my real hair, just so you know.
This is my real hair as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I have enough hair to possibly make a wig.
I pulled this wig out last week.
Yeah.
And I was in the show at the wee hours in the morning. I was wearing it. I don't know if I'm going to do that tonight, but there's a possibility. You never know. Thanks, Sarah.
Hello, Luke Stoneshire.
UK TV show. I'll look at that in just a second. Thank you. Wig out Wednesday. I'll be doing the wig at 9 o'clock.
Luke, did I unban you recently? I don't know. I know your name because of something, but anyway. So yeah, David can wear his wigs later, and I'm just gonna relax with you all for a little bit. David can eat his dinner. I relax with you. Everything's good. Thank you, Piz that says I melt his heart. Aw, so sweet. Getting wiggy with it. Wiggity. Get wiggity. Alright, these two acts like it's their first time meeting each other. Yeah, what do you see looking to the future? The homeless problems for our vets. There's a homeless problem for our vets, but we, David and I have proposed a solution, which is a homestead renewal plan, where people, at the very least, we can have tent city kind of things, but the idea with a homestead renewal is that people can put forward effort in building up a house, then they can get credits toward a house to live in. So what about the tent cities? Yeah, I mean, tent cities, one of the issues, there's two big issues that have to be addressed with tent cities. One is garbage services, and two is sewer services. So being able to have, say, at the very least, some kind of porta potty or something like that, those are definitely that would definitely be a good thing. As far as the drugs, really you need, I mean, not just, but one of the issues is drugs, and you would need you could have a needle exchange program, or even some kind of program you could attach to the side of a porta potty, a sharps container, so that they could put the needles in the sharps container. Clicked up says, Sarah, the mafia owns most of the garbage services. That's probably true, because a lot of other people don't want to do it, and so then they charge a lot. Doesn't speak properly. Okay. Maxed out credit says, in Seattle there are 300 repeat offenders that have been arrested over 60 times for different things and released the next or the same day, and they live in the tent cities. I don't doubt it. It's one of the issues is the cost of housing is so expensive in cities. And just here in the West Coast, it's pretty expensive anywhere. And yeah, some cops are told to stand down. They do. I noticed, I think I told you guys that I went to a conference in Seattle at the end of February, and I noticed, like, across the street from the convention center, there was a like parking lot for 24-hour parking, and there were definitely homeless people sleeping in that parking area, and they generally send in security and police in the morning, each morning before the conventions start, and push them out, push them into different places. David and I went to a same convention at that same convention center a few years ago, and we went to a place that had a continental breakfast. The place I stayed at a month ago did not have a continental breakfast. It had a Starbucks in the lobby. But it's just like, then the homeless people would sneak in to try to sneak into the continental breakfast area. Yeah, 319, that's a possibility. Spend less on military and more on healthcare and the homeless. Well, it would have it only if it were immediate 6, 7, to. If it happened slowly, it wouldn't be it would cause more problems. Yep, many people sleep in their cars in the streets. In people's cars in the streets, they break their windows. Well, I haven't heard that, but Deeker asks, Sarah, has your trash or garbage and recycle removal been better or worse in your area? Has your municipality experienced a change from local government collections to privatization of collections like in our area? We still have our local municipalities collecting in our area.
Bless you.
Thank you. One of the great things in our area that I believe should be adopted nationwide is the Roosevelt Regional Landfill that actually generates methane out of their garbage. It's a waste to energy plant, the Roosevelt Regional Landfill. I love that place. I would love to visit that place. I really would. I'd love to take a tour of their facility. It's when you go there, well, I should show a video, or just you can Google Roosevelt Regional Landfill. It's amazing. There's actually like people from NASA take tours there because it's so cool what they've done there. And they so they bring trash from all over this area to that facility. One of the big things that has changed in the last few years, Deeker, has been the recycling, because I do a lot of recycling, and now they won't take most plastics because, well, that has to do with China not accepting our plastic waste. Part of the reason not really, I noticed when Trump came into office, that is when it really took place. And then part of it's also, they say they won't take our plastic waste because people have they'll contaminate it with other things. Wow. Sir Mike says, right now the California snowpack is 162%. Oh, Seattle is dying from KOMO News. Published on March 19th. Whoa, it's an hour-long video. Oh, I like Eric Johnson. Okay, good. Seattle is dying. Thank you so much for that. That will be good to watch. I appreciate that maxed out credit. Maybe David can put that in our lineup tonight. All right, Deeker says, bless you. Since his trash service went privatization, they seem to come at various times, where usually they always came at the same time every week. Yeah, you've done such a good job recycling that your recycling outweighs your garbage. That's great. One of the things I'm going to do a nightly call to all the ships at sea. Thank you for what you do for us. Please talk to the manufacturers, and this is my plea to manufacturers and packagers. Anyone that does any type of packaging, you are the first line of defense for our world. Please, whenever possible, move toward paper products rather than plastic. Ask yourself, can I use a piece of cardboard or a piece of paper for this product rather than a piece of plastic? Is plastic even necessary? Is packaging even necessary? Because really, it's all those little tiny pieces of plastic that is going to ruin our planet. And it's my nightly call to you can make the difference. It's really about packaging, and please ask yourself, do you really need to put all those screws in a piece of plastic, or can you put them in a little piece of paper instead? Actually, I love trees, and that paper can be made from recycled paper, and it can be made from hemp as well. Yes, I do have plastic in my hair. Well, plastic is too valuable to burn. That's for sure. Petroleum's too valuable to burn. There's certain times where plastic is those little small single portions. They say it's a hidden downsizing technique, but the problem is it creates all this microplastic garbage everywhere. Mr. Mouse hasn't watched TV for over 15 years. In the deepest ocean trenches, animals eat plastic. It's so sad and so true. Every teeny animal tested had plastic pollution in its gut. Wow. Wow, that is so sad. David's gotten his wigs different places. I don't know if he's ever his sister and his mom, I think, had a wig. I don't know. And he bought a couple wigs on eBay, like that one he wore last week. You almost want to turn on the AC? Well, if you can handle it a little bit longer, Mr. Bill, every time you don't run your heater or your AC, you're saving a lot of coal, and you're saving electricity and money as well. So if you want to turn on the AC, just take off another layer of clothing. And then when you're down to where you can't take anything off and you still want to turn on your AC, then what you do is 60 degrees is like cold to me. I feel like that cold. But what you can do is you should get like a t-shirt, run it under water, and then put that on. And that will cool your body as it's evaporating. A wet t-shirt contest in your own house. Or at night, you slightly dampen a sheet and you lay it on top of your body. That's very good. Where you live, it never gets above 85 degrees. Well, some of David's wigs are natural and some are plastic. Most are plastic. It's not about a pollution competition about who's polluting more. It's about who can pollute the least. It's really about, not naming and blaming. That's never going to solve any problem. Like, you did this, you did that. It's about taking one small step today of what we can do today to help tomorrow. Your friend wears wet, cool water t-shirts. Nice. Take a quick shower. That's another way to cool down. Oh wow, a million small icebergs, everything's melted on the St. Lawrence River. That's neat. That's very neat. 76.7 degrees in there. Are you running the heater maxed out credit? No, I don't buy the no roll. I do have the cardboard roll on the toilet paper. Your old lady below is running the heaters. That's a perfect place. Live above an old lady that gets really cold, especially if you have different electric bills, and she's like heating up your house for you. That's pretty good. Oh, that's interesting. In your neck of the woods in April, it's been way too cool. It gets under 37 degrees at night. That is cold, Deeker. Very cold. This week it's been in the early 30s. Wow. Yeah, that's the problem with the no-roll toilet paper. Yeah, you're right. The roll is there. It's an engineering success. Teachers like cats? I don't know. Your window is open. You love sleeping with the windows open a bit? Well, at 76.7 degrees Fahrenheit, I can understand how you might want to cool down a bit. I wonder what her apartment's at. It's like 80 degrees. You're just having all of her energy go out the window, though, with your window open. Sometimes when they're older, they do want to. They want to do that. Misanthropy. He always comes in and puts Sarah. That's what I tell my students when they say my name and I say their name back at them. I used to say yes, and I learned not to do that. I was trained by my students not to do that, because even though I'm saying it as a question, yes, like they think I'm saying yes to whatever it is they want, what I didn't hear them ask. Maybe yes is rude. It is better to say, I don't know. Pardon? I don't know. Now, using a bath towel every time you wash your hands, do I feel that's wasteful? Do you use a new bath towel? Do you put it in the laundry, or do you just throw it out, or do you donate it? They're biodegradable? Interesting. You haven't heated at all this year? Wow. These plastic straws are banned. Oh, I guess that's like the case in Seattle. What should I say? Misanthropy. Instead of yes. Is it good that I just say their name back? You say, my name, Sarah. I say, Misanthropy. Sarah, would you talk to someone who pretended to be someone else just to get your attention? Well, sometimes Keith, Mad Dog's brother, might come in under his name, under Mad Dog's name. Does that count? You're in an 18-wheeler, 889. Make sure you're parked while you're typing. Wait. Don't worry, be happy. Whoa, that was weird. You asked that question, would I talk to someone who pretended to be someone else to get my attention? Don't worry, be happy said that. And why did I read misanthropy? That's so weird. You launder your bath towels once, then you throw them out. Do you have like giant hands, Mr. Mouse? Hello, I'm Mr. Mouse, but I've got giant hands. That's why I need a bath towel to dry them. Why don't you go to the, like, Costco has these, go into the auto area and it has these towels, rags that you can use. Then after the 2 uses, yeah, I'm saying buy a big thing of rags. And not rags, they're actually like brand new large towel substances. Or why don't you use a paper towel? Okay, you can't remember what part of the towel you use, so you throw them in the laundry and then you use a new one. And if you see the same towel a third time, you trash it. Don't trash it. You can donate it. Give it to someone. Give it to a mechanic store that needs rags. Yes. I'm so happy for you, Misanthropy. Yay. I am so glad. That makes me happy. He met someone he is finally interested in. Ah. Can you share how you met so that we can help Xenu, who says, how do I stop being an incel? That is fantastic, though. Yeah, they're called shop towels, but that would be a good thing for, whoa. They're walking on the ice. That's so scary. It's a dating site? Ooh, do share. No, don't share. Because then you never know how people are, right? Good. Just be careful if you haven't met her in person. Because sometimes they figure out what you want and they say the things that you want to hear. Make sure you talk to her on the phone and on video before you meet her in person. Yes, you should totally get one of those air hand dryers, especially if you're wasting that much money on body towels to dry your hands. You should get the Dyson. I wonder if they make them for home use. Why not? Even if they don't make them for home use, make them install a commercial one in your home. I always wanted one of those. That would totally bring me some joy. No, yeah, like the Dyson ones where you just, it's automatic and you put your hands in. Oh, I love that thing. I do love that thing. Yes, but you do have to be careful because even though they say like the most hygienic hand dryer, like I always look down and I see like, you know, where your wet hands like dripped water when it first went in, and then there's like this gunk that builds up. Anyway, but they are fantastic because you don't have to clean that unless you have like cleaning material. I mean, you don't have to touch it unless you're ready to clean it, but I would definitely recommend cleaning that thing area. But I so think that, Mr. Mouse, you should get one of those, especially if you're wasting so much money on towels. Oh, seriously, moving nerd. If that's where, you know, if you know the store where they have them, you can just ask them, if it's, especially if it's a mom and pop store, how they got them. You do spend more money on power, but oh, it's just so nice and hygienic, and love that thing. Yeah, the Airblade by Dyson. Isn't it the Airblade? I like the one where you put your hands in. I think that's the Airblade. And it dries in like 25 seconds. And you don't have to touch anything. That is actually something I really like. And I have thought to myself, man, I would love to have one of these in my house. Even though I know it uses electricity. And then there's that ghost electricity. All right, so we're not going to see Miss Anthropy. Are we going to not see you on the weekends and you're going to hang out with her? Or are you finding someone that, like Xenu's looking for, someone that will watch David's show with him? They put one in airports, 220 volts. But it can be cold air only. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I love warm, hot air, but just need something to... I don't believe you, Mr. Mouse. Maybe I do, but why don't you just get a cover for your keyboards? No, I met David the way we're meeting in a chat room. Yes, I saw that picture. That's a scary picture, maxed out credit, of the person walking on the ice. Oh, maybe I'll show it to the rest of the people. Maxed out credit was talking about this woman who like left her kids behind so she could go walk on the ice. That's not the picture. That's maxed out credit. Let's see. Here it is. Here she is walking on a river of ice. And it's not, you can even see that it's not solid because like here, that looks like it's flowing underneath. That definitely looks like it's flowing. You used to be okay in your apartment, but you got sick twice in 3 months. All right, well, I wish you lots of luck with your new relationship, Miss Anthropy. I'm very happy for you. Yeah, why is she out there all alone? Oh, if I look carefully, she dropped her hat. Do you think it blew off? That's just so scary. Mr. Mouse, I really wish you would find a place that had donation items, because there's a lot of people out there that don't have the things that you have, and they will wear your twice worn socks. Maybe there's a place that you can call them up. Ooh, there are places like Goodwill that you can call them up and you can leave it outside your apartment and they will come and pick it up from you. I do like chamomile tea. We have wild chamomile that grows around here. It smells so good. Yeah, I like it. And her kids and her husband were standing near a store while she was walking out there. Yes, Mr. Mouse, it's crazy, but yes. Wow. What are these people doing, man? I know. Just call up Goodwill. They'd probably take it. I don't know. For me, it gives me feeling like at least I'm not contributing to the garbage. I shop at a thrift store, Mr. Mouse. Actually, proudly. I got a pair of two pairs of leather pants at the thrift store. Moving nerd. What do they grow there that they can make clothing out of? Seriously, most clothing is either cotton or polyester. Cotton doesn't grow well in that country. It takes a huge amount of... Yeah, Mr. Mouse, you don't need to do that, but you could donate your items. People don't think about you wearing them. Especially all the towels that I mean, there are plenty of people that would use your towels. They don't mind laundering them. And you don't ever have to set foot in their stores to donate. You could say, can I set my items outside? That's okay, Mr. Mouse. It doesn't matter that they're used. People will take your used towels and either use them themselves. I know, big shock. They don't care about your germs. Or they'll take and use them for as rags. I mean, people have like big messes to clean up, like grease and things that are really dirty. And at that point, your germs are not as dirty as the mess that they have to clean up. Sounds weird, but that's true. How do you get your shopping done though if you're such a germaphobe? Yes, they'll use your garbage to clean up the even worse garbage. You wonder, scissor fight. Yeah, well, the thing is, I know they shouldn't put greasy towels in the. At least they can get one more use to clean up grease before they go in the garbage. Okay, so you get everything delivered by Peapod. Peapod? I haven't heard of that company, but okay, including your towels. And you pay extra for special bags. And then how do you dispose of your trash? Don't do that, 107. That's not fair. You could invest in a laundry service if you didn't mind, like, like mechanics do. They have like a laundry service that, and it's high pressure stuff because it works on getting out grease. You do have a laundry service for your clothes that you keep more than, but you only wear your clothes like twice and then you throw them away. How do you dispose of your garbage? Do you have like a garbage chute, or do you have a Well, at least I don't buy a new garment every week, but I do own 6 pairs of jeans, blue jeans, and 2 leather pants, and 2 gray slacks, and 3 like whitish slacks, and probably 7 skirts, maybe more. You have a chute? I know, I do have a lot of pants. Could you put them back outside? You get like all these these perfectly fine things that have a few of your germs on them. Could you start by putting those outside for someone to take away? Yeah, that's true, Deeker. I have a lot of shoes. Because I did only have 1 pair of shoes growing up. Then, okay, before you put it in a bag to take it away, then you can put it in the chute. You can even get some plastic gloves if you are worried about getting it from the thing to go back to your shoot. But at least it's a start. But first, you just need to call up a couple of, they're called thrift stores. Start with the Goodwill Industries. Wow, that's a beautiful sunrise. Sunrise or sunset? First day of spring morning sunrise. That is gorgeous. I don't have a Harley, but I have a leather vest and a leather jacket and 2 leather pants, and I have... Yes! To them, it's not garbage. Because to certain environmentalists, they believe in using things until they buy maxed out credit. Enjoy your sunrises. They believe it's in using an item until it like falls apart. I don't know. I like it. Oh yes, take care of your colonoscopy. Make sure you stay hydrated. That was my problem. I'm sure having that done every 18 months, you know that, but yeah. Good. Oh, yes, time to fill it up. Again, he's showing his thing. His water filter. Time to fill up your water filter. Wait, what? Well, Mr. Mouse, you don't have to worry about that. But you will be contributing to less garbage. You'll be doing your small part to save the planet. You don't have to worry about what they do with your clothes. Do you worry about what happens to your towels after you throw them in the garbage? No. So once you put them outside and you call them first to set up a date, and they are coming for that date, you put them outside, they come and take them away, and then it's just like garbage. You don't have to worry about it where it is, but you can rest assured with the knowledge that they might get a little more use before they go in the garbage. It's just one little small step, something you can do. I mean, yeah. Yes, and it's surprising. Sometimes they do have some gross stuff in the thrift stores. Sometimes they don't. But yes, like Baby Steps by Dr. Leah Marvin. Was that a movie too? I'm sorry to be laughing. Yes, exactly. That What About Bob movie. Love that What About Bob. Oh, don't worry, be happy, but you shouldn't mind if someone else is wearing your clothes and it looks better on them. Who cares? If it brings them joy, that's fine.
There you go.
And you can feel good in that you brought someone joy. Okay, Mr. Mouse, I hope you took me seriously. If what you were saying was serious, I hope you do take to heart what I was saying to you. And if you're a troll, never mind.
Wow. Okay, thank you, Sarah.
All right, good night, David.
Good
And
night.
good night, everyone. And I'm very happy for you, Misanthropy. And
Oh, he's had some success?
yeah,
What's happening? He met a woman?
yes.
Wow, really? That's the first. That's great.
Good night.
Congrats. Thank you, Sarah.
That's cool. Isn't that cool? That is from,
That's from Max.
yeah,
It's a pretty interesting sunset. Yeah.
first day of spring sunrise.
Yeah. Cool.
He has a beautiful view.
He does. Yeah.
So do you see? He showed me some other pictures of ladies that were wandering out on the river. They were walking in the middle of the river.
Ladies.
Or one lady was walking some woman was walking on the ice in the middle of the river.
On the ice in the river. Wow, that's
and it's
crazy.
like, man, you could totally get just sucked in.
You really could. Yeah. Wow. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah. Well, here's a conundrum. A man who's been accused of touching people indecently is now touching people running for president, trying to grab their hands and touch them. Yeah. All right. So Biden is kind of creating his own, mini storm of his own. But he's going to have to answer to that one video where he walks up to a 13-year-old girl and says, well, I'm not going to tell you what he said. It doesn't matter. We'll get you the audio, but so many of you will hear it. Some of you have listening problems. They can't hear it. Uncle Joey Woey. Yeah.
It made them feel uncomfortable.
I said, General, come here, give me a kiss. I felt like Joe Biden.
Well, you should feel like Joe Biden, Donald, because, you've been accused of many things, including having sex outside of your marriage and never even admitting it. You call that at work tonight? Oh, why? Because you didn't want to hang out at work? Just hang out with the show? Okay, cool. Yeah, Donald and Joe. It's going to be an interesting tip for tap situation. Tweedledee and Tweedledum and Tweedledonald. Obama is silent upon the whole touchy-feely thing, but he enjoys a good back rub from Joe. Yeah. It's inappropriate touching for Joe to touch Barack Obama's back, unless, of course, Barack Obama is gay, which I think he probably is. Does that matter? Really? Should we not even judge people? Hey, let's talk about this. Brussels becomes first major city to halt 5G due to health effects. A Belgian government minister has announced that they're halting 5G. The statement was made by Celine Fireman. A Belgian government minister has announced that Brussels is halting its 5G plans. I cannot welcome such technology if the radiation standards which must protect the citizen are not respected, 5G or not. The people of Brussels are not guinea pigs whose health I can sell at a profit. We cannot leave anything to doubt. Celine Fremalt, thank you. Congratulations. Buckingham Palace. Bucking the Rothschilds. I got amazing death threats tonight. Did you see this? Yeah, let me put it on the screen so all of you can see the chat that happened tonight. Yeah, this is just phenomenal. This shows you how frightened these people are. If indeed these are these people, they may just be trolls. Named Wealthy Individual. Good evening, David John Sponheim. I'm Wealthy Individual who's representing an organization related to the Carlyle Group. I'm preparing to offer you $300 million to cease your political operation. If you do not accept this offer, our people will contact you again, and this time we will not ask you to cease your campaign, but we will force it. And then he goes on to say, Dave, you must cease this show now. We will not be so accommodating in the near future. Accept our cash payment to stop your 2020 run, and there will be no problems. This is not a threat, but a promise. David John Sponheim, the consequences will never be the same. Your websites will be shut down, and your ability to cast will be censored. You must now rescind your write-in candidate ballot, or you will have major consequences. Well, it's already in the mail. And then he goes on to say, Dave, I will pop a Glock in your mouth and make a brain slushy. What? Yep. Oh, does that take violent? I mean, these threats have been going on for some time, Sarah.
I am so sorry, David.
Yeah. This is what I deal with. Why are they so concerned? Yeah. It's because I'm making headway awakening the people about the globalists and their plan to control the world. It's pretty obvious. No, he means a Glock. Hey, David, the 245 million buys you a total of so many gas masks. So you can get 577,000 gas masks. This is without a bulk deal. So figure 600,000 gas masks for 245 million. So they're covering, the Army, basically. Army and Marines. And National Guard. But the Navy and Air Force will have to go without the gas masks. We've got 2 million people in our military personnel. Yeah. Well, it just amazes me how desperate these people are that they would come into our room and threatening me like this. And then I think that, they really are reaching a point where they realize that they screwed up. They didn't block UHF communication. And I was way ahead of them with the numbers because I blasted past their sensors a long, long time ago. But here in America, my write-in candidacy is pretty much, dead in the water. Americans don't even hear about me. They aren't even getting the show. The show is hardly even known. The ones that know come back and check in now and then, but we're not really growing in America, so what's the big threat? I find that rather amazing and presumptuous that they even have any type of a resistance here. I hardly represent a resistance. Well, I can't get a call through to the FBI. They won't return my call. And I'm not about harassing them, so since they don't return their calls, I guess they don't bother making phone calls. But, this is an ongoing thing that has been happening for years. It wouldn't matter if that was covered. The FBI wouldn't investigate my death anyway. You know that. Did the FBI investigate Anthony Bourdain's death? I don't think they did. What I found very interesting is Anthony Bourdain's net worth was $14 million before he died, and after he died, it was only $1.5 million. That means somebody sat there next to him with a Glock next to his head, signing away all of his assets. And he was even claiming that he was being harassed by Hillary Rodham Clinton. Anthony, Harvey Weinstein, and all these issues have been, constantly in the background of Anthony Bourdain's death. And Asia Argento and her Me Too complaints about Harvey Weinstein, all that has a lot to do with why Anthony Bourdain is no longer with us. But they didn't investigate that. So what makes you think they'd investigate my death? No, I'm totally protected because of my extreme abilities, but not many people have that ability. There are people who don't even know how to handle a weapon. All I'm saying is that these people think they're messing around with, just read my bio. Yeah, sure. I just think it's fascinating how frightened they are that I'm doing something. They've got me completely shut down in America. My worldwide audience is growing rapidly, but they can't stop that. And they couldn't stop it by putting a bullet in my head either. The word would spread so rapidly that it'd become almost a fictitious event. I'd become a posthumous messiah based on my effort here. Not that I want to be. But I mean, they got a real problem on their hands because the word of mouth spread so fast through international means, through UHF, that they can't suppress it, nor can they monitor it. So they're worried, but they're not affected in America. Their best move is to put Donald in a position where he can be replaced with somebody better. But I'm not going to do their bidding. I don't have any financial debt, that they could hold over my head. There's no sex tapes out there on me. I've never done weird things with people online. So hey, bring it. If you want to just take me out, I'm the last man standing. I mean, the rest of the world will completely collapse around me if I were to take down. But would I care? I'd be no longer here, would I? You people would have to experience the slow torture of the Illuminati taking over your life. Slowly zip tying you door by door, taking you to the FEMA camps if you don't oblige by their social credit system, their RFID chipping, and the coming robots that will rule our cities. If we, the people, were in charge of these robots, we wouldn't have problems with robots. But these people have some seriously nefarious goals in mind to use robots against the population. And they've written Agenda 21. Their Agenda 21 concepts were very mythical and happy and ideal initially, but they've evolved into a takedown of the power structure of the nation-state model. And this group is a direct threat to the survival of all of our nations individually. They have global world order in mind, and this is no different than what Hitler had, no different than what Caesar had or Napoleon. And every single one of these attempts has failed. The reason why global world governments could never work and will never work is because individual areas manage their own problems better than any global authority. And it's always been the same. That's why Vietnam collapsed. Their plan to take down North Vietnam failed because of this very same fact. People protect their homeland far more than some interloper coming in and taking over their entire nation. Hey, let's see chemtrails. Hey, there you go. Talk about irony. This picture really says it all. Thank you, Scissorfight. You know, the homeless problem is getting worse and worse in America, and the Democrats don't really even have a plan. We do. Our Homestead Renewal Plan will get homeless people kitchenette motel rooms. Good news, plastic straws are banned, and everyone's in the dumpster, living in the dumpster. It's like, talk about the Democrats out of their mind, unaware of what's really happening. Ben Garrison's great. Really like his work. David, why are so many people angry all the time? It's in the air. It's in the chemtrails. They've triggered our brain centers. This idea will actually give people a chance to work in a job, making $15 an hour. I moved it up to $15 an hour because I agree that you can't really survive on less than $15 an hour. Not in this economy. Oh my gosh. A study found that fecal bacteria was on every McDonald's touchscreen tested. Fecal bacteria. So people are going to the bathroom, not wiping at McDonald's and then doing the touchscreen and then handling your food? This is really a waste. It's the waste. Oh my goodness. As if it couldn't get any weirder. Here, study finds fecal bacteria on every McDonald's touchscreen tested. Oh my goodness. You may have noticed that your local McDonald's wasn't recently refurbished with swanky self-order machines. The chain has gradually been installing these machines in thousands of its locations. Self-order machines. As part of a service revamp, seeing as how you're supposed to actually touch the screen and then consume your meal not too long afterward. Perhaps you'd want to invest in some pocket hand sanitizer. The bacteria that was detected on the display itself includes Staphylococcus, which is said to cause toxic shock syndrome. One person expert said, Matalawea, said the bacteria was so contagious that there are concerns of serious illnesses that they and other strains of bacteria found could cause. Wow. This is mostly in London and Birmingham. Not in America. They haven't introduced the new evolved kiosks yet. Well, somebody better come up with a way to spray clean these touchscreens rather rapidly. It's like they need a wiper blade and a little squirt, you know, like the fruit enzyme spray. It's like after each use, spray, wipe, spray, wipe. Yes, the magical antimicrobial capabilities of the fruit enzyme spray are amazing. Not for sale in the United States or any affiliated country. Only available here at this desk. Well, you can go to Michelle Dermaceuticals. That much I can tell you. And this is the base for what I do. I dilute it down 10 parts to 1 part. And I bring you the fruit enzyme hydrating amazement. I just use it to kind of freshen up when I'm, had a long day and been driving on the road. It's great for road trips. This stuff really helps. Because road trips really wear out your skin. But yeah, check it out. It's up to $22, but hey, I'm sure there are plenty of more at your health food store. Well, I don't represent Michelle, and I certainly hope that you understand that I'm not profiting from any of this. Thank you. Oh, you got a drunk dialing scammer? Okay. Oh my gosh, Joe Biden accused by 3 more women, putting a total to 7. They're coming out of the woodwork with Joe.
I'll click on whatever you tell me to click on, Steven.
He's been around so many times. He's got lots of women coming out of the woodwork. This is almost better than Donald Trump and, oh, you just grabbed them by the beep beep. 3 more women have come forward with accounts of inappropriate touching involving Joe Biden. The women, Sophie Karasek, Vale Konert-Yont, and Ali Cole, told the Washington Post stories similar to those of 4 other women who described unwanting touching by the Democratic politician. Are you saying moist? Michelle Fruit Enzyme Hydrating Spray? Moisturizing antioxidant? Rich facial spray for all kinds skin types. Yes, thank you. Yes, he was one of 51 sexual assault victims. She was who appeared on stage at the Oscars with singer Lady Gaga. Wow, so she actually got together with Lady Gaga to talk about sexual assault. How ironic! And here Biden did an entire thing with Lady Gaga. Biden had introduced her, and after the performance, Karasek met with him and shared a story about sexual assault victim who committed suicide. According to the report, Biden responded by holding her hand and placing his forehead on hers. Whoa, this is kinky. I mean, he does a lot of this nose touching thing, you know? It's like he rubbed noses with the last one. Yeah. Now this is, so they met right after they filmed this thing with Lady Gaga. You remember the Eskimo kisses, that's right. Yeah, we're seeing a kind of an evolution here of we're getting a picture of Biden that's probably almost as clear as the picture of Trump and the Russians. Yeah, we're still trying to dig into this whole thing to find out more. I don't want to hear about him. Yeah, I'm tired of it. I really am. The last thing I want to do is play his video, which I'm currently searching for right now. Have you tried Alexa? It is currently the best unit out there. Beep. I was listening to this woman impersonate Alexa. It was pretty funny. She's pretty good. I can't do a female voice. I can't do a female voice. I can't do a female voice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, there's something here. Hang on. I just got to do this. Joe, why don't you and Lady Gaga tell us about how you're dealing with this molestation problem?
I'm here with not only a great friend, but a fierce advocate. Lady Gaga has been the voice for people who have been forgotten and people who have been abused. Until what happens to you, well, it happened to her. And she's shown enormous courage. And we want to make it real clear. It's on us. It's on everyone to intervene, to stop abuse when they see it.
Wait a second. I'm a little bit upset that she's touching him indecently. Yeah, let me take a look here. Hang on. I'll draw you a picture. Right here in this region right here and here. Now that's a very aggressive move by Lady Gaga. I'm wondering if Joe should complain, possibly. I don't know. Anyway.
When they hear about it, to intervene. It's no man has a right to raise the hand of a woman for any reason other than self-defense, ever, period.
And that's not to leave out the men as well.
That's true.
I am a sexual assault survivor, and I know the effects, the aftermath, the trauma, psychological, physical, mental. It can be terrifying, waking up every day feeling unsafe in your own body. But we're here to remind you that it's important to reach out to someone in your life that you can trust, and to know that they will be there to help you. There will be someone to listen. Because you know what? It's on us.
You know what? His forehead is on hers. Yeah. Okay, so are the Democrats trying to expand the rules so you can't actually bump foreheads or rub noses? I mean, is this political correctness gone over the top, or is Joe a perverted guy? I know. I don't know. I mean, it's like he's coming out pretty tough, and I got to tell you, Gaga should not be touching him there. That's inappropriate, unless, of course, he said, "Hey, Lady Gaga, could you touch my arm and my shoulder? I like touching," or something like that. Is that possible? I know. She's just mauling him. It's almost like he's being attacked. Should Joe join the Me Too generation and complain that Gaga touched him? But right after that, he did this bump head thing. It's like, okay, I get it. Let's see what else he did. The encounter was snapped in a photograph, widely seen. Actions by the president when she was walking out of the basement. He walked over to shake her hand. He then put his hand on the back of my head and pressed his forehead to my forehead while he talked to me. I was so shocked that it was hard to focus on what he was saying. In 2008, Ali Cole, a former Democratic staffer who now works at a nonprofit group that fights sexual harassment, told the Washington Post that Biden held her for a beat too long at a reception that she was helping to set up. There's been a lack of understanding about the way that power can turn something that might seem innocuous into something that can make somebody feel uncomfortable, Cole told the newspaper. Now, Biden is vowing in his Twitter video that he's going to be more mindful of this unwanted touching. I think it's safe to say that Biden's days around the children are pretty much over.
So coming minute, I expect to be talking to you about a whole lot of issues, and we'll always be direct with you. Today, changed, they've shifted, and the boundaries of protecting personal space have been reset. And I get it. I get it. I hear what they're saying. I understand it. And I'll be much more mindful. That's my responsibility. My responsibility, and I'll meet it.
Guys,
I'll always believe governing, quite frankly, life for that matter.
Joe, could you just speak up a little bit, and could you not look so pervy in that with your legs there like that? Okay, let's move on. Joe's going to commit himself to, well, not to a mental hospital, but he's going to commit himself to not touching people inappropriately. Let's cut him a little slack, okay? All right, thanks. You got to do better than that. I mean, we got to get better stuff. Like when he said in front of the entire world that this is a big effing deal regarding Obamacare. And by the way, we can blame Joe Biden for a lot of things like Obamacare if you want. Yeah, we can still do that. I know Trump doesn't know how to do that because he hasn't directed his logical conversation forward. He's still simply working on, making fun of Joe's misbehavior as though he's never done anything wrong. Ha! Hey, we found a house trapped in time. An abandoned house with everything left behind. This is a guy that does this, Abandoned World Explorer. Thank you, Scissorfight. We got another link from him.
Walt Missions. Sea Explorer's been on my list for a long time.
Cool.
Literally every day this house is in pitch black.
Whoa, this is so weird when you walk into these places that we're literally walked away from. All their clothes are hanging up, ready to go like it's another day, and it was like 40 years ago. Okay. I just think the whole Biden discussion has dominated the whole show more than Jussie Smollett. I'm finally figuring out his name is not Jussie Smollett. It's Jussie Smollett. I'm so glad I corrected myself. And we have another video coming up with a woman who's drunk dialing a scammer. Writing him songs. This is the woman I was telling you about who does Alexa. Hello, how can I help you?
And there's like scissors. Oh, cute! It's decorated for Easter coming up. You should have you typed it in. It looks so cute.
She pretends to be drunk. This is going to be good. I finally got it. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. Okay, I will now turn the page. I will add this to my show tonight. Thank you for dialing in to Alexa Live. I'm not Alexa. New accusations against Biden. This is Trump's little speech that he had.
But I meant it. See, I meant it. Big difference. I meant it.
Mr. Trump also seeming to exploit published reports that Biden supporters blame Bernie Sanders' campaign for the women speaking out. Sanders' campaign manager telling NBC, neither the Bernie Sanders campaign nor anyone involved in it planted, planned, persuaded, cajoled, or otherwise urged any of the women to tell their stories. The latest women to come forward first sharing their stories with the New York Times. NBC News has not verified the account of one of the accusers, but the other, DJ Hill, saying she met the then vice president in 2012 at an Amy Klobuchar fundraiser and describes Biden touching her during a photo op.
Mr. Biden's hand went from my shoulder and started to descend down my back. And it was one of those things where I'm going, oh, okay, this is making me feel uncomfortable.
I know exactly how she feels. Yeah. When I'm in a stall at a bathroom and some guy, says, hey, buddy, could you pass the toilet bowl or toilet roll? It freaks me out. Or, I've got a wide stance. That whole thing. Senator Craig and all that. Hey, my personal space is definitely my own when I'm in the stall. I don't want to be handing over toilet rolls. I don't respond, of course. But has anybody ever asked you for a toilet roll when they're in? It's like, no, man. I mean, if you go into a toilet bowl without any toilet paper, that's your problem. I'm not handing over a toilet roll. Sounds a little freaky to me. No one ever asked you? Oh, well, you don't hang out in public restrooms, I guess. Nor do I. Hey, this isn't working out. But no, it happened one time in a casino, and I was like, no, I'm not talking to anybody. I just walked away. I made sure he didn't know what shoes I was wearing too. Yeah, I'm sure you hand out TP at every single. But I can imagine what it's like to be constantly touched in a public way by so many people. And these women, are not happy when they're, touched in. Apparently, the only place that's safe is your shoulder. But even then, you could be accused of sexual harassment touching their shoulder. Special offers on crack cocaine fueling big rise in England. Wow. So people are getting so hooked on crack cocaine in England that they're offering like special deals. Special K for crack cocaine. Fewer police behind the 8.5 increase in crack use. And most crack is cut with heroin now. So it's extremely addictive. Well, let's be clear. I wonder if Barack Obama ever cured his crack addiction that he got at Occidental College. There's been a 19% increase in adults starting treatment for crack cocaine in England. 19% increase, that's significant. That's not something to just forget about. Why hasn't Pelosi ever complained about groping or sexual assault? There must be some kind of reason. Well, Nancy is a very prestigious person. Have you seen how she handles herself? She's the kind of woman that you would never approach that way. Yeah, clicked. People do drugs. They don't even know what's going on. They're really kind of experimenting. That's a big mistake. Melkor, you're really a twisted person. So you're getting oral sex from crack prostitutes? Is that what you're saying? We have a person in our chat room on Wasteful Wednesday talking about his crack prostitutes. Yeah, I think that's interesting. Yeah, thank you. Melco. Mystery substance. We don't know what it is. It's heroin. It's China White, man. Yeah, that's what's going down, man. Well, I can't control what's going on in the ghetto, man. But I can tell you the people of Chicago and LA, they're not happy right now. Gun crime is down in Chicago, actually, but yeah, they're not happy with the Justice Smollett verdict. A lot of people are pissed off. And then in LA, the death of a major rapper has caused a lot of consternation. Nipsey Hussle, gunned down. They did catch the guy that went after him. I think the guy uploaded to social media, and that's how the police caught him. He was like bragging about
I read
killing
every
him.
comment, and
Now, some people are thinking, well, you know, they're going to our environmental on Wasteful Wednesday. Why not put bacon grease as engine oil? What a concept. So this guy actually did it.
had a lot of requests lately to test bacon grease as engine oil. Now, this seems like a very interesting idea to me because, after all, bacon grease has a lot of fat, and fat, of course, has a lot of lubrication properties. So, will this actually work as engine oil? Now, I know this seems very unrealistic, but in some instances, you might actually have 10 pounds of bacon, which, of course, can be converted into bacon grease.
Now, I think what's going on here is this guy is talking at one level and one level only. There's not a lot of mix-up going on here. But I like the fact that he's going to do it. So we're going to go ahead and watch this. YouTube star, he has literally 547,000 subs. Yeah, as long as he doesn't talk about politics, you can get those subs. They won't YouTube censor him. That'll be good, thanks. He makes a lot of money on these videos, by the way. They're probably about 100 grand a year. Your name is Mr. Kraka? Okay, there's something going on in the Tacoma News Tribune. We know where the smell in Tacoma is coming from. We're not sure when it'll go away. Okay, pollution is happening across the country, but in Tacoma, Washington, considered the armpit of the Washington area, the city of the port has confirmed the source of the smell. They're unsure how long the smell will linger. Okay. What is the smell caused by? Okay, I'm waiting. Cairo? Apparently, they're not going to tell me. Okay. Well, I'm glad they found the source. What is it? Tacoma Tide Flats. Okay. Some of the online chatters said it was feces. It's the tide flats. They typically, clam tide flats typically smell like feces. I don't know. I've recycled kitty litter thanks to my video for many years, but I did convert to wood chips. Works better than recycled kitty litter. Wood pellets that they use for a cat. Many of you people are going to save a lot of money on your cats, by the way, if you go to wood chips. They're little pellets that they sell at the market for about $5 for a 40-pound sack. And if you got any sack, you'll go buy the sack of wood chips.
Guys, we've walked missions. Sea Explorer's been on my list for a long time.
Okay, we got that one. And bacon grease, engine oil, thank you. How do you do this every single night? Do you work out? I work out. Actually, I'm normally in a deep state of meditation in my isolation chamber. And I've allocated 4 to 5 hours a night to slip out of my isolation chamber to do the show. Normally I'm in, almost a resting state of meditation. I'm trying to last 200 years, so my primary units are functioning fine. I spend my time defragmenting my hard drive. Worst thing smell is curing hides. Ooh, God, that's the smell of death. The worst thing I think I've ever smelled is a carcass that had maggots all over it. Yeah, you don't want to get downwind from that. Okay, I think we're good there. The Me Too generation is up and alive. New accusations against Mr. Biden to replace the accusations against Donald Trump. Donald Trump is sitting pretty, thinking that the whole collusion case is over. But Adam Schiff is still moving forward with finding his tax returns, which for some reason Donald's still hiding. I mean, the devil is in the details, folks. Mueller didn't go after... He didn't go after those documents, 10 years of tax returns. So he's obviously working for the Russians. Meanwhile, back to Me Too land. Good diversion. People are thinking nothing about the economy. They're focusing mostly on Biden. The 5G networks are being shut down in Brussels because of major health effects, but our government doesn't even want to pipe in on that. You left a dustbin for a week during summer. It was like a corpse when we emptied it. Wow. Where do you work? Medical waste depository, Melkor? Or are you still that same guy working at the procurement center at Amazon? No, I've got a whole wardrobe of casual clothing that I've crafted after Siegfried and Roy's line of clothing. Not to duplicate what they've done, but my clothing around the White House will look more like Siegfried and Roy. Or in this case, Siegfried, because Roy's not doing too well. I like the way they dress. It's that casual, swashbuckling kind of thing, you know? Like, here's Siegfried and Roy in their heyday. Look at that. Isn't that kind of cool with a big belt buckle? And that'll be my White House veneer. Yeah, I kind of like the way he dressed. Siegfried, not Roy. Hey, you want to go check out a story I read recently about Siegfried and Roy? Yeah, I have it right here on my tip of my fingertips. Apparently, a animal trainer actually has come forward and he breaks silence on the tiger antics that had happened, or the tiger tactics that they used. And this story from the Hollywood Reporter is up close and personal. This is the guy, Lawrence. The tiger and the tragic trick. Siegfried and Roy's animal handler breaks silence on the mauling, alleges cover-up. Really good article if you want to find out more about the story. They're synopsizing. Roy was hurt really bad many years ago from a tiger carrying him into the back of the curtain there. The official story Siegfried and Roy put out was that Roy had a stroke, a miniature stroke, and the animal picked up on that and then grabbed him by the neck and hauled him out. The story this guy is promoting is quite opposite to that. And he's suffering from PTSD, he says, because the whole thing was so traumatic. So very good article. Check it out if you really want to, find out about Siegfried and Roy. They're worth $125 million still, and they have a private estate in Vegas. And they're doing great. And I wish them all the luck in the world getting through it. I don't see anything wrong with these two guys. If their official story is that it really happened that way, that's fine. They made close to $1 billion, I think, over the years. Their annual salary was $45 million at the height of their earning potential. So annually, combined. So I think they made close to $1 billion. I think they've been doing very well, though. Obviously, living, well in Vegas. But here's the story if you want to read it. All right, moving on to other wasteful things. Thank you, and thank you, Siegfried, for your excellent line of clothing. Yeah, and you buddy, get a job handling some animals. You might get back in the swing of things. Oh, gosh. And do I have to go here? All right. Do we have that clip of Tucker Carlson making fun of women? I should go back to my 153. Let me show you my 153 News clipboard. We keep all of our links right here for you to get. I put them on Flipboard, and I'll show you how I can do that. This is my Flipboard side, where I stick all the wasteful links I get, which are good links actually. And then I go to my magazine called 153 News, and it should be in there. But it's a big magazine now. It's right here. Yeah, I've had a lot of good stories. I'm the master of hyperlinks, yeah. That's my 153 News department. Links that I get during the show. All right, scrolling down. I think I have too many things open here. If I just close Biden accounts, I'll be fine. That's a duplicate link. Okay, they're finally coming in slowly. I'm overwhelmed with links here. I need like a waste paper basket for links. Dave, you seem like a nice guy. What do you want, a job at the slaughterhouse? Why do you want a job at the slaughterhouse? Gosh, Turbulence, you know, I wish you'd understand the need and the motivation for accountability in government. Because right now we don't get any accountability from government. And the American people need that. We're being treated like a bunch of imbeciles, and I really don't want to see my people acting or being treated like a bunch of cows. So I will, being I'm born of a very courageous stock, I'm going to step out on the limb and on the edge and do what is right for this country. I don't care what you're going to do. There's a point at which a person doesn't want to live in constant fear and worry that they may lose what they have. You free yourself when you no longer worry about your fate. When you walk through the valley of darkness, you shall fear no evil. And I think that's something you need to understand. Hey, yeah, I'm going to have to come back to this because it's having a hard time opening. Let's see. I'm looking through my links to see if I can find that Sandy Hook creepy. Yeah, we've got a lot of good stuff here. Wow. New Zealand hoax is covered in a lot of these links. Can I flip this stuff on eBay? Sure. I can. Okay. Let's take a look. Parkland shooting, brand new phony fake show.
What's up, Milo? You working hard today morning?
So Deborah Norville has been saved from having thyroid nodules. She apparently was doing a show, and Deborah Norville was intercepted by a doctor who looked at her thyroid, and endocrinologist, and said there's something wrong with your neck, and contacted her, and she's gone into surgery for a thyroidectomy or something like that. I have been in the valley of, oh, Mr. Mouse, talking tough. Mr. Mouse, do you really believe that I'm a BB gun sharpshooter? You're such an idiot. My father was a marksman and sharpshooter in World War II. He taught me everything I know about guns. He killed over 100 men. I'm surprised you really believe that, you know, somebody like me is... I certainly can shoot just as well. In fact, I had a better aim than he did when he was alive. Of course, he was getting on in years. I still have a good aim. I mean, working out, target practicing is something you have to do to maintain your aim, but you don't have to waste bullets doing it. Yeah. A lot of people don't realize you can shoot, you know, BBs and still have target capability. I have a Crossman, which is a BB gun. It's a pump action. I don't need to, you know, blow off 22s or 9mm rounds, but it's pretty much the same exact weight and balance as a 22, like a Ruger long-range 22. And by the way, that's the most dangerous weapon out there because it's so accurate at close range. It causes irreparable damage to your brain. The little BB goes around in a circle and just fragments your entire brain structure. I mean the 22. I wouldn't want that to happen to you. Yeah, Crossman is the apple of air guns. You know what else I use my Crossman for? My Crossman is actually for getting rid of the crows. Crows seem to love hanging around the woods, and a couple blasts of an air gun, it's surprising. They don't like it. Crows hate air guns. I don't know what it is, but they flip out. Hey, here's the guy who's flipping stuff on eBay, and it's a real example of a rags to riches opportunity. He came here from Eastern Europe, and he's cleaning up, folks. He goes into dumpsters and pulls out stuff and sells it in his store. Yeah, it's kind of amazing. Is he Russian or Latvian or Jack Lee? Who's Jack Lee? Yeah, I don't know who that is. And I'm not gay, so you'll have to leave the room now. Thanks.
Are you working hard, buddy? Huh? Yeah. So, I just finished cleaning these up here. What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Good. Adrian bought these the other day, and they were all priced. I removed the prices, and I want to compare the prices. What's going on, man? What do you got there? Gasoline for me?
No, it's empty.
Empty?
How's Miley doing?
Milo is doing just great.
I was always happy. Adrian got these last time.
It's kind of like a pawn shop, like Vegas pawn shop thing. It's kind of a cool show. He's got a new look to his store. You notice how he's kind of upping his level? He's got glass cases now, and he's really getting better and better. We've been watching this show for a couple of years. It's really good. He makes a lot of money on things. He shows you how to shop for certain things that make sense and are easy to ship or whatnot. Like, it's not easy to ship electronics, but man, he can sure clean up on electronics. Deborah Norville. Yeah, I'll have to look for that later. Or the New Zealand clips that we have there. You know what I love about 153 News? There's nothing removed. Whereas on YouTube, you always look at deleted videos. Yeah, Melchior Baugler is trying to fit in. He's learning a certain restraint. Here's that guy who said he actually saw the shooter. He saw the shooter. He said he did. Yeah.
Yo, you guys have to watch this video right here about this New Zealand hero, folk. You know, they always have to have a hero. He was at the mosque with his family, folks, when the shooting began, right? And remember, they said this dude chased the shooter, folks.
Yeah, he said so.
Where?
He chased.
You guys definitely know. I'm working on the upload right now for the my full breakdown of the video, and I never seen this dude get chased by anybody except for somebody that was inside the mosque.
I didn't either.
And he got killed supposedly.
Oh, he did.
He dropped his gun, and because I had this other gun on me as well, and he just ran.
Okay. Okay.
Let's listen to it again.
He dropped his gun, and because I had this other gun.
So the shooter dropped his gun, and he said, "I had this other gun, right? He had another gun, okay, and then
On me as well, and he just ran.
So he had another gun on him, folks, but he didn't even shoot the guy. He shot up the whole entire mosque. 49 people dead. And this guy had a gun and didn't shoot him.
Yeah, who the F chases someone with an AR-15? Scissor fight. Exactly. The whole thing doesn't make sense. And plus his emotion level is so subdued, you could barely even, believe it's him. That's just one of the many things we have in our little library here. So this goes on and on. The entire 153 News library is chock full of stuff. All right, I think I'm done for now. I'm not going to be able to pull up that clip, but anyway. Whew. So let's recap. We've got a few things in our show tonight that will be good. Special updated Diddy phone fake show, new edition. From Terrible Tim. The feds to charge Jussi Smollett with mail crime. This guy's uncovered some pretty interesting details about that crime, which still may be pending. And then EMP DEW, California Fires, maxed out credit tonight, gave us some pretty good video of the terrible fires that destroyed and made a waste of California. Aerial photographs that just don't make sense. Yeah, pretty good photographs though. Things that just don't make sense, like why was this house right here standing and the other one not even touched. Why were these so directed, and how come the trees around them didn't burn? Look at the trees in between. They didn't even ignite. But Max said he talked to a fireman friend of his, 22 years in the service. He said he's never seen anything like this. Am I Dave's younger brother doing the show? No, of course not. I'm the same Dave that I've always been. Just because I don't age doesn't mean I'm not Dave. It could be like Judy Wood's dustification energy weapon that she came up with. That's true. Yeah, just because I don't age doesn't mean I'm been replaced by a robot or CGI. It's just I'm using my fruit enzyme spray. Works great. Yeah. You'll check it out. I'm thinking of giving it a name. I'm going to call it Dorian Gray. Yeah, I spray a little Dorian Gray on my face. Here I was 10 years ago when I first started this campaign.
Hi. Good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time.
So yeah, a little Dorian Gray spray. If you've ever read The Legend of Dorian Gray, you should definitely look it up. Yes. Really interesting movie, like background. The Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde. Thank you. Not The Legend. The Picture of Dorian Gray. It's about a man who never aged. Very interesting book. But there's no pictures. Yeah. Picture of Dorian Gray. Well, thank you, Frups. Appreciate it, man. Well, I descended from good stock. I am not a clone. I have told you this many times before, Mr. Vladimir. This is not true. You come in here making big problems for a campaign for America's third party. Not good for you to do that. Go back to the Kremlin to get the work done for your mother Russia. Vladimir Putin's been hanging out ever since Russia took over our country, and the Democrats are still finding this out. I was the one that predicted this whole thing was happening, so at least we're on top of it. Thank you. Well, we aim to please. You know, we've got Trump working on the side, doing his job. I'm doing my job. We're trying to keep this thing together. Unlike Trump and all the other candidates, I have a job plan and the Solar Rooftop Revolution plan, which will give people a chance to put solar rooftops on their house for free. I mean, how good does that get? We're going to make these solar panels. We're going to give you money for installation, and we're going to get paid out of the electric savings of your house bill. Money will be directed from your cash savings on your electricity, partly into our pocket and partly into yours. So we'll pay it back in about 10 years. And then from then on, it's gravy in both of our pockets. And we'll continue to make money on your solar panel because we'll be ostensibly leasing your rooftop for 99 years. It is never a dull moment here, Vladimir. And we've got a lot of people that make, a lot of difference in America, and we got to bring people in. I plan on getting monthly meetings with the Black Caucus. And Reverend Manning I'd like to have.
These white folk are not going to take it. You're taking their tax money, you're closing down their jobs, you're shutting down their banks, you're telling them what they can and cannot do, you're giving billions of dollars to Acorn.
I like him. I'm going to make him at least a monthly visit. You have the right, you have no chance of coming in here, pretending to be the Kremlin when we have Vladimir Putin in the room now. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I definitely think it'd be good for us, communication. Reverend Sharpton, I don't have a problem with him, although he's a little bit, hey, don't trust AG Barr. I've been saying that all along, guest 889. Let me give you a little background. Attorney General William Barr wrote a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking that no obstruction charges ever be even investigated, and that we never investigate Michael Flynn. That alone implicates him as working in behalf of Russia. Seriously, William Barr is already owned. We know that. Trump put him in there just to rig the vote. We're on it, believe me. This country is not over yet. There's all kinds of layers There's layers in place our country has to prevent this type of a hostile takeover of our nation by a foreign country. And what I'm experiencing right now is almost a deja vu experience with Trump playing every diversion tactic he can to keep everybody from focusing on what's really happening. He's hidden 10 years of tax returns to this day. That's going to reveal something, because there's a reason he's hiding those. And Manafort is a money trail of properties that Trump sold to the Russians over the past 10 years that leads directly to Donald Trump, and it could be money laundering. Absolutely. Manafort's already been charged with various crimes. It certainly could include money laundering. Mueller stopped short of actually prosecuting Manafort on the money laundering charges, which makes Mueller on the docket of people who will be investigated as well. We have ample evidence. We have ample evidence. It's not a question of how much the Russians influence the election, or if they influence the election. It's really a question of how much evidence do we need to prosecute our president. Yes, we have ample. One particular thing, the Russian lawyer who represented ending sanctions meets Donald Jr. and Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner says that they're meeting due to adoption issues with Russian children. Okay, she didn't corroborate that. She merely said that she was repping Russia in ending sanctions. Later, her story changed to working on emails from Hillary, but nothing ever materialized. That was a throwaway story that Donald Trump created because, according to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Trump weighed in on it, which is witness tampering. And when Donald Jr. changed his story to read that they were getting dirt on Hillary and emails from Hillary, that was called changing your testimony. It's called perjury. So we've got Donald Jr. on perjury, Donald Trump on witness tampering, Donald Trump on firing Comey to end the Russian thing. We got enough to move toward impeachment right there. Then you add the emoluments clause being violated with his ridiculous rental of a USPS office, making money in the White House while he's president of the United States. $90 million he's made so far. Of course he doesn't need a paycheck. He's profiting from every single thing he can as president. Believe me, it wouldn't take long to instigate an impeachment process. If I were leading the entire, as Speaker of the House, I could easily move forward, and we'd get enough people convinced on both sides that this is time to move on and get the Republicans to restore their party. Meanwhile, this bad mark on the country's political landscape can be slowly etched away over time. But you're going to need some sort of a restoration in our nation if you want any kind of restitution. And that means back to an honest government, less corruption, and more plans in place to prevent pay for play, which is clearly at work here. I didn't really have you over. You know, people have told me that I look like Johnny Cab, but that's assuming Johnny Cab was even a character other than, a small animation or CGI. No, at this point, Trump should not shut down the border because we haven't built the fence. Shutting down the border is absurd. If the fence is in place and we shut down the border, it will definitely affect the way we handle border operations, because clearly border operations are corrupted. The Border Patrol has a huge number of people that have virtually failed their lie detector test. 61% of the Border Patrol inductees failed a lie detector test. So we know that a lot of the problems are happening at the Border Patrol, but we've got to be able to shut the entire border down to do it. Now, there's a big story that I haven't talked about tonight, which I brought up this morning or earlier today. Yeah. There's a situation in Mexico City. There's a volcano that's erupted, and it's not good. There's a serious problem with over 200 volcanic eruptions in 24 hours. I just don't have the specific story right in front of me. Let me get it. Volcano, like Lake Titicaca. Searching volcano. Here it is. This is pending. I mean, this is really bigger than, talk about waste. There's nothing worse than volcanic ash covering the earth. Well, a volcano that could completely cover Mexico City with volcanic ash just erupted 200 times in a 24-hour period. The most dangerous volcano in Mexico just erupted 200 times in 24-hour period. Authorities are saying that the odds are more volcanic activity at Mount Popocatépetl. I think it's because I can't pronounce it that it's becoming so difficult. Deeker, that's not allowed here. You can't post that here. I'm so sorry. And neither can you, Frups. Yes. Are you going to take a penalty, or do you go into penalty phase, or should I just go ahead and mute you? I'm going to warn you. This is your first warning. It's the guy who's been doxing me and gang stalking us. Ha 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 ha. All right, so we're good there. We've got corroboration from various people in our different racial communities about what's happening.
You're taking their tax money and giving it to people to buy drugs. You're killing babies and you won't stop.
I like this guy. He has got some serious opposition, and I don't mind if he disagrees with me on things. I think it's cool. Okay, I got to get to the bottom of things. I completely ignored a million small icebergs on St. Louis River. Oh, okay. That's a pretty picture. We got Seattle's Dying. Maybe we'll play that again tonight. I can't seem to get to it in our show, but tonight's a perfect time to play an encore presentation of Seattle's Dying. All about the homeless problem that's evolving here. All I'm saying is hurricanes are partly man-made. Far cry from what the Democrats, Republicans are saying. I believe weather warfare is going on. I believe they're conducting all kinds of capable weather warfare. The chemtrails that are dumping in the skies above us, I believe, are triggering veritable changes in our weather patterns, hurricanes and even droughts in California. So this idea is much more evolved than the Democrats and the Republicans. It's far more advanced. We can address issues like maybe Paradise, California being hit with a targeted attack with directed energy weapons, whereas Democrats wouldn't even know where to begin.
Also, that the weather was super cold before the event. This fits in with the cold plasma needed to enact what they wanted to do. She said she saw a big, large black triangle in the sky right as the event was occurring, and she also says that the embers, the nanobot embers, were actually cold. You can hold them in your hands. Please listen to her incredible story. Right now, Christy, and she lived in Paradise and has been dealing with the ordeal, and she's been trying to contact me, and she's been telling me that for a couple months, but have been able to, emails blocked, and others that haven't been able to, but we finally got contacted. And Christy, I'm sorry what has happened to you and your neighbors and whatnot, but can you just, your story is pretty amazing, which I think we're going to find out here, but just take us back to how this all got started.
Well, this started in probably around May or June. I noticed that going down to Paradise to Chico, there's the golf course, and I noticed that there had been a lot of PG&E trucks there. And over the next week or so, I noticed it's growing, and there's more trucks there. And my
All right, she found the NSA and DHS had been there to Paradise months before this, installing transmitters in Paradise, California. A lot of people died. The official count is 85, but it's, I think it could be far worse than we even know. There have been incidences of sightings of various directed energy weapons too at this location. So yeah, you got to wonder if they see blue lights hovering over the trees. And here's a picture of something that was seen in the skies. Look at that.
And so my son-in-law, who's ahead of me, he takes off on the wrong side of the road. I take off behind him. Then we get cars behind us, and we get to Nunley and Clark. And I'm like, what the hell? There's like 30 cops, 3 policemen at the corner. And I'm like, where in the fuck did they... Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but that is not approved here. Bad words like that will not be in any way endorsed. But anyway, that whole area was burned up in Paradise, California. I should put it right there, leaving a veritable wasteland. And this is a map of PG&E's fracking plan. And by the way, PG&E is underwritten by the Carlyle Group. Okay, are you with me? The very same people that have allegedly, been in our room tonight. I extend a live show. I'm doing it right now, Deeker. Yeah, I do it all the time. I agree. Sarah's right. It's vital that we get rid of plastic packaging in America. But I'm offering the plastic companies an option of putting cornstarch in all their plastic to make it biodegradable. That at the very least keeps their companies running and keeps the flow of business rolling. I'm a little concerned about the system immediately, shutting down too fast. There's a big business in plastic. I don't want to just erase the ability of people to have plastic bags. I don't think that would be functional for anyone. Although I'm more than willing to do that, I just don't think it's good for the business. You're pro paper. I am pro paper all the way. But banning plastic bags shuts down an entire industry. I've got to at least give them an opportunity to create something else. Now, if I can do that, then I wouldn't just tell them to add cornstarch and use a different recipe. But plastic bags with cornstarch break down in 10 years versus about 400 years. We've got so much recovery to get through. We haven't even begun the recovery stage here on this planet. Vladimir, that's not funny. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to give you a little head start. The theory that they're decimating parts of California by evaporating the midsection here and then targeting the upper section with fires and directed energy weapons, the goal is to clear the land without going through eminent domain and not paying anybody any money. Veritably buying their property at pennies on the dollar. This would be a move the Rothschilds would do in order to take advantage of this entire gas mining opportunity. Monterey shale oil and gas is huge. It's massive. The amount of gas in the ground there is a tremendous resource for the Rothschild family. So I'm not saying they did anything. I'm just saying the possibility that there's a connection needs to be investigated. Second of all, there's a possibility they may be getting ready for a directed, like a high-speed rail in this region to be used. All right, that was presented tonight. Now let's take a look at some other wasteful subjects. Okay, this is a story that came in. How 16 ships create as much pollution as all the cars in the world. This is a Daily Mail study of the ships and how they're producing pollution and crossing the ocean, cargo ships. Now, what I'm going to recommend is that these people the cargo ships be offered a retrofit for free. Our government will have to shoulder the bill to retrofit their mufflers or their smokestacks so that they can actually have Venturi scrubbers on board the ships themselves. That'll be an aggressive stance. If we can stop the effluent coming out of the smokestacks of 16 of the major ships that cause nothing but irreparable damage to this planet, we're making a big dent. Okay? That's a big dent in the pollution problem. So that's a solution that I think we could do something with. Last week it was real. 54 oil tankers are anchored off the coast of Britain, refusing to unload their fuel until prices have risen. But that's not the only scandal. And this story of air pollution is pretty much it. All right, one more thing I want to talk about. The active ingredient in Roundup found in 95% of studied beers and wine. Now, Roundup is a product that is dangerous to our entire country's safety and survival. And around the world, people are contaminated with Roundup. And I must say, we have to reverse this and stop the production of this terrible product, which is killing off mankind slowly. Now, you have a room at the Maersk, really? My room on the container ship. Wow, this is cool. You know, we get the Maersk watching our show from out in the ocean. They oftentimes ship across the country. They're doing a lot of that shipping. The USS Maersk. And here's an actual trip on a container ship. That looks like fun. Cool. Thanks. Right on. Yeah, anyway, the Roundup ingredient in beer and wine is definitely carcinogenic, according to California now. So we're becoming more and more aware, but the Democrats aren't doing enough, fast enough. In fact, Hillary or Bernie never even will come out against Monsanto, Dow, Bayer. They're called Bayer now. Dow Chemical, all these companies. They're making no progress, the Democrats. Not sure what that is. And inside the shady private equity firm run by Kerry and Biden's kids. We talked a little bit about how Biden has been working to protect his son, Hunter. And that may be more important in this election to find out what he's done to help Hunter than it is to beat him up over touching a woman's arm or shoulder or kissing her neck or smelling her hair. I mean, there's got to be something with a little bit more teeth at our disposal. I'm still going to be working on the video that we have of him talking to a 13-year-old girl, telling her how horny he felt. The audio is there, but it's hard for people to hear. And if it's clear for people to hear, I think that we might have a chance of getting that into the mainstream media, and that should derail Biden's attempt to become president. Probably Chemical Corporation is buying into the Democratic Party to get them to back off. Absolutely, Deeker. Hillary got a lot of donations from Dow Chemical. Yep. And that's the reason why the Democratic and Republican Party have become so unaccountable for the actions that they have or have not done. I mean, I would have seen bans on products that were dangerous to our environment, but there's hardly any testing on products that we use, like Airwick solids and Febreze. There's no long-term study testing done on the human population in these products that you're buying over the counter. You don't know how it affects your air pollution in your house. There's hardly any work done. In fact, the 1970 Clean Air Act is the only document that has anything to do with air pollution. There are no laws on the books whatsoever. The Democrats have done nothing to advance indoor air pollution laws. I'm talking since the 1970s. So we need a third party like there was no other. We need to move in the direction to get airborne quality better for people and less polluted. Where is Booth? Okay, round robin. Yeah, the jury's still out on this. It turns out the Mueller report maybe did find collusion, and Barr decided not to talk about it in his 4-page essay. It seems that Barr was put in play by Donald Trump because Barr too is writing stories in defense of the Russians. And we should have sorted this out, but our Congress is so stalwart, they weren't even able to look at what this guy did and how it affected his nomination. So William Barr, I think, should be disbarred, whether he's an attorney or not. I mean, he should be disbarred as Attorney General. That's for sure. And this is the final story. I brought this up from the archives. If this doesn't concern you about the collusion issue with Donald Trump, I don't know what does. He literally does all his transactions on a cell phone that the NSA doesn't have access to. I mean, I don't know how bad off this is, but it's bad. And look at him holding his cell phone right up next to his head. That can cause brain cancer. I'm worried for the president. I hope he understands you should use the cell phone out here. Hello, Vladdy. Vladdy, I want to use the cell phone. It's safer. David said it was safer to hold it out here. What are you talking about? I do not want my voice heard in the White House, you stupid idiot! Always use your loudspeaker, yeah. That's right. Daf Vidalnya. Yeah, AOC is making it unpopular to protect clean air and water. Maybe her plan is to seem like she's a total dimwit, and every time she opens her mouth, they think that every Democrat or every liberal is like her. That's a really interesting theory. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. The problem is, Ocasio doesn't have what I have. Intelligence. And also a halo over my head. Okay, we'll see you guys later. I'm happy to have an extended show. I'm going to be signing off as usual. Regular show. A regular show. A wonderful, wonderful show. We'll be back tomorrow with Thursday. We're doing wraps, fajita wraps, chicken fajita wraps tomorrow. Sarah and I are going to be cooking, and we're going to be making a green tomato salsa. Yeah, green tomato salsa. She's going to give me a recipe for that. And some chicken fajita wraps with good organic wrap, sprouted wheat wrap material. Yummy. Yeah, 5 o'clock, the cooking show starts. We'll be back for that and more. A lot of good videos tonight. We'll definitely be looking at the Seattle falling apart with the homeless problem. I think I will play that tonight for sure. All right, this has been another Mr. Right production. Take care, everyone. Good night.
My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. You spin my world around. Cause you're the peace I find.
You're telling lies and you're demoralizing our nation.
My heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.